Hello, everyone. I'm your host, Clifford Johnston, with the Mojave Podcast transmission. We're going to be starting at 0 dark 30. Thank you for joining.
Can I help you? See you around. I supply only the finest goods.
Sources tell CNN the FBI is trying to expand its investigation into Georgia's results from nearly 6 years ago. An internal memo seen by CNN labels the case a, quote, priority.
Okay, so election investigations seem to be a very popular topic right now, and this recently happened. FBI assigns 260 staff members to Georgia 2020 election probe. Now, some people might love this, some people might hate this, and some states might see this as interference into elections.
Let me speak directly to anyone considering helping President Trump interfere with our election or our count. If you violate California's laws, if you interfere with our voters, tamper with our ballots, or meddle in our election, you will be prosecuted.
That was Governor Gavin Newsom's 4th of July speech, where he started talking about meddling in the California elections. And if you're unaware, California has a very strong law against this idea of federal agents trying to tamper or meddle or look into ballots. Right now in California, the Trump administration has zero access into the full voter rolls of California. There is an ongoing trial right now for the Trump administration who are trying to get access to these voter rolls to try and conduct an investigation. But the reason why the timing of all of this is rather interesting is because we're seeing over in Georgia, the Trump administration is actively using federal agents to try and investigate, was there any sort of fraud or anything like that? But over in California, we might see this same battle if all of a sudden the Trump administration has been allowed access into the ballots. And I don't think people realize this law and the language is really pushing back against the Trump administration into the possibility of stuff we're seeing in Georgia possibly happen in California, prohibiting any person from providing unauthorized access, disruption, modification, or seizure of voter rolls, voter list, or certified voting technology to law enforcement agents, including federal agents, absent a court order or investigation into specific violations of California election law.
The FBI is redirecting manpower into an investigation that's connected to the 2020 election results in Georgia. Again, in an attempt to find new evidence to support President Trump's baseless election fraud conspiracy theories, the probe has been labeled a priority for the Bureau, and two U.S. officials familiar with the matter tell MS Now it's become a nationwide effort. Documents obtained by MS Now show that FBI leadership is authorizing intelligence analysts to work overtime on the case, including weekends and holidays. The document also shows that FBI Director Kash Patel is ordering personnel from all field offices to participate.
Okay, so depending on what news source you use, some people might find this very favorable and some might not. Leave your comments down below. Let me know how you feel about this, but also make sure to please like this video. It helps out a ton. Now, according to this memo, what's being reported is, yes, there is heavy focus on Georgia, but this seems to be more of a nationwide effort of other field offices to get involved and to start prioritizing or look into possible election fraud or tampering, things like that. Now, in connection to California, again, this has been a very open dialogue from Bill Asaley, who has said they do have evidence of particular cases of evidence fraud, but this idea of widespread fraud, it is virtually impossible right now to even know this because there's no access to these voter rolls. But as far as getting access to the voter rolls in California, look, Governor Gavin Newsom made it very clear. If you try to overstep and they deem it to be interference, there will be consequences according to California.
We stood up to Trump's twisted logic that an election somehow is legitimate only when he wins it. Let me speak directly to anyone considering helping President Trump interfere with our election or our count. If you violate California's laws, if you interfere with our voters, tamper with our ballots, or meddle in our election, you will be prosecuted. Doesn't matter who gave the order. In this state, our vote, it's sacred. Will be open, honest, and complete. And Californians will use every power, every lawyer, every law, every ounce of will to defend our democracy against any illegal order this president dares to issue.
Okay, now look, ironically, I think a lot of Republicans and conservatives would actually agree with Governor Gavin Newsom. You don't want anyone tampering with any election. This is most sacred rights of a U.S. citizen to have your vote in our elections. However, where we start to get into the divide is the interpretation of what do you think is interference and meddling into elections or intimidation. Because when you look at California laws, we're talking about laws like you can't have ICE agents near the ballot boxes or, not even working with ICE agents. But what if there is an issue of you need an ICE agent in the area? Will that be seen as interference or intimidation? And are you going to go after that ICE agent, such as like arrest him or prosecute him? And this is where we start to fizzle out the divide in what Governor Gavin Newsom is saying. A lot of people agree with the governor, but a lot of people also disagree with the governor. But I'm just trying to showcase we already have a line drawn in the sand from California. They are prepared for something like we're seeing in Georgia happen in California if it does happen, as far as investigations into ballots or looking into specific ballot areas or voters and voter counts.
This comes as the Bureau pores over more than 600 boxes of seized election records taken from a Fulton County, Georgia election facility back in January. Then Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, personally went to Fulton County to oversee that raid. The FBI has declined to comment to MS Now.
So what's interesting about this story is, again, you have that divide of some individuals are not too happy or news sources as far as what's happening in Georgia, and some people like it. But then you have this idea of, well, why not just look into it? Maybe there might be something here. Maybe there are some red flags. Yet you still have a lot of pushback, calling it baseless claims, saying that Trump is just trying to win the election according to him. Let me know how you feel about this. But of course, this is a very popular topic right now, especially what was happening over in California. Trump really had no problem in saying he thinks there's rigging and tampering. But right now, for the Trump administration in California, specifically Bill O'Reilly, he's trying to figure out whether or not there are any sort of issues in California, specifically widespread issues. So if you're wondering, why are we talking about Georgia and tying in California? These are two different issues. Well, no, they're really not. Because again, California has this law where in this press release, you actually have Trump mentioned 9 times in the press release, and Governor Gavin Newsom made it very clear. He does fear that what's happening in Georgia might be happening to California, and California might interpret this as intimidation or interference or trying to rig the election. So we have provisions already put in place specifically against the Trump administration and federal agents to possibly investigate what's happening to California. But again, the big divide here is that California might interpret what's happening to California as illegal.
Something, Sean, that your audience may not know. At the beginning of this administration, we asked every state, red and blue, to share with us their voter rolls so that we could scrub it against the DHS file of illegal aliens to remove illegal aliens from their voter rolls. Every blue state refused. California refused. Minnesota refused. New York refused. In fact, they sued us to stop us from removing illegal aliens from the voter rolls, removing non-citizens from the voter rolls. That's not just the only thing. They don't want to get dead people off the rolls. They don't want to get felons off the rolls. They don't want to get out-of-state voters off the rolls. They don't want to get double and triple voters out of the count because they want the fraud.
Okay, so as you can see, this is coming straight from the Trump administration. I'm not trying to compile clips together to fabricate a false narrative. I am very against that. I try to really represent everyone as accurate as possible, and I know some people don't like this, but you can see right here, the Trump administration has made it very clear they already wanted access to all voter rolls, Republican states and Democrat states, but also very notable to specifically call out California as well. Despite being a heavily Democrat state, we still have mention of California, and California, again, is pushing back. So I know what some of you are thinking. Okay, if the Trump admin thinks there's fraud in California or other states, maybe even in some Republican states, well, then do something about it. This is Bill O'Reilly clearing up the air why they kind of can't do anything about it until things are litigated. But even then, you have laws to push back against the Trump administration, even if they get access to the voter rolls.
You are pointing to one case. And you know what? You could point to a dozen. You know why? because those are all the cases you've made in the last decade. A dozen individual cases.
I
None
did
at
not
scale.
say.
Half,
I did not say
half were
that
found
we
to be
have
lacking.
found wide-scale fraud. There's two different things
That's what
going on
you're
here.
suggesting.
You're saying for sure you know. Hold on a second. You're saying for sure you know there isn't. I'm saying we don't know because we haven't been able to look at all the evidence.
So this is why the California story really fascinates me, and please leave your comments down below. Let me know how you feel about this. Bill Essayli does have one case that is set in stone to be voter fraud. But again, it's like, okay, that's one case, so where's the rest of your evidence? And Bill Essayli is saying, well, that's kind of the point. I can't get access to the evidence to tell you whether or not there is full-blown voter fraud because we're being told we can't even access the voter rolls. So again, what do you do at that point?
I was there. I was in the legislature for 3 years. I've been involved in election integrity long before that as an attorney. And we could talk about.
I've
hold on a
covered
second.
elections
We
for
could talk
30
about-
years, Mr. Essayli. 30 years. You know how many cases of widespread fraud I've covered? One. And it was the Trump administration.
All right. Okay, under federal law, we're entitled to audit California's voter rolls. Under
Yes, you are.
multiple civil rights statutes, we're entitled to audit
Yes,
those.
you are.
The state is resistant.
Yes, you are.
Why is that?
I know.
Why are they resistant?
It's a bad look.
The best way to
It's a
the
bad
best
look.
way to deal with all of this.
And I want to be fair to Chris Cuomo. I'm almost positive he did apologize for this interview getting overly heated and overstepping on Bill Essayli, his guest. But again, this is the big divide where you have people saying there has never been, there will never be, and there is no widespread voter fraud. But when Bill Essayli brings up, okay, then let me get access to the voter rolls. Well, no, you can't do that. You are overstepping. That is an invasion of privacy. That's what California is arguing. And so what do we do from here? Do you keep pressing to look into the voter rolls, or do you just accept, okay, they're saying we're good to go, that is it? Well, you guys can let me know, but to the Trump administration, obviously they are actively looking into is there fraud or not. And that's even beyond election fraud. We're just talking about fraud in general. And California has already been heavily targeted also by Bill Essayli and the Trump administration for other types of fraud, successfully, by the way, and J.D. Vance and Dr. Oz.
We'll be free of intimidation. Our counting will be open, honest, and complete. And Californians will use every power, every lawyer, every law, every ounce of will to defend our democracy against any illegal order this president dares to issue. That's why I'm moving forward with new legislation that would make it a felony to seize ballots before the vote has been certified by state and county officials. We will not be his victims. We will be the wall he cannot get past. Because we believe that once an election is decided, the winner governs for everyone. That's the architecture of American liberty. Donald Trump, he doesn't believe in that architecture. He works for one man. What more evidence do you need? That one man has added more than $4 billion to his personal fortune while sitting in what is supposed to be a public trust.
So, to use Governor Gavin Newsom's own words, open, honest, and complete. And that's great. I think we want every state to be open, honest, and complete. But again, when you look at interpretation here, to the Trump administration, it's like, perfect, open, honest, and complete, so open up the voter rolls and let us see. Well, no, you can't have it. And again, this is where we get to the divide. Now, as far as this new law that Governor Gavin Newsom wants to pass or sign off on, I'm definitely very interested what this is going to be. One thing I have noticed as we've gone through this political journey on my YouTube channel, and thank you again so much for being here. Again, please like this video and subscribe. It helps out a lot. If one state does something that another state likes, you will see a domino effect. Like California, although they lost when it comes to the mask ban on ICE agents, other states saw what works and doesn't work, and a lot of other states started to pass the mask ban because California did it, and they learned from California's mistakes. So I'm curious what's going to happen here, and if we're going to see this nationwide wall of blocking the Trump admin or future admins from possible investigations. So thank you again so much for everything. I really try not to go too far down the road of speculation, but we are seeing this for real happen in Georgia. The FBI and federal agents looking into the possibility of fraud in Georgia and the possibility of rigging, things like that. And of course, California is taking their stand. They're pushing back. And Gavin Newsom has been very open about this. He's not afraid to say this, especially on 4th of July. So let me know how you feel about this. I'm just trying to show you guys this is how the conversation has now developed, saying that Donald Trump is going to try and do something. Now he might do something, and we're going to pass a law to possibly prevent it or block it. So I hope you guys enjoyed the video. video. Again, I really try to be as fair and as honest as possible. I don't like to slam dunk on people. I want to show you guys all the different sides here. I hope I was able to do that for you.
As we saw, Americans didn't let a little rain ruin their Independence Day celebrations. But did you see that 103-year-old World War II veteran who wanted to display his patriotism?
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above.
President Trump has made protecting veterans a key part of his administration, scoring some big wins for America's heroes on health care and housing. This includes signing an executive order to transform the West Los Angeles VA Medical Center campus into the VA Center for Warrior Independence, which is meant to combat veteran homelessness. Joining us now for tonight's big close-up is Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you. First of all, I don't know if you were in D.C., if you got a chance to see the Georgia display there, but they were bragging on onions, so I made my
can I do for you? See you around.
We are having some technical difficulties. Okay, so I gotta go back in time. 30 something minutes. So let's go on the log here. We'll go back 10, 16. .2. It was halfway through this, guys. No, actually, it was after this one.
We saw Americans didn't let a little rain ruin their Independence Day celebrations. But did you see that 103-year-old World War II veteran who wanted to display his patriotism?
I'm trying to find that. Where the hell is it? This is hilarious. Okay, so that one's fine. That one's... It should be right here. But I don't see his face. I'm so confused. It's another one. I'm done. I'm so done. Final quartz. We gotta like reload this anyway to get the sound working again, but I was trying to figure out where to reload it to, but it's like this is not I'm just gonna play it at the dumbfire. Okay, I'm over it. All right. There's not much to hear. Okay, take 65. No, I'm just kidding. No, but for real, like, this is a little late for all these takes. Okay, systems are a go, because we actually upgraded up to an Ethernet Cat 6 out here. It's a 50-foot run.
As we saw, Americans didn't let a little rain ruin their Independence Day celebrations. But did you see a 3-year-old World War II veteran who wanted to display his patriotism?
God bless America.
I found it.
Land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above.
President Trump has made protecting veterans a key part of his administration, scoring some big wins for America's heroes on health care and housing. This includes signing an executive order to transform the West Los Angeles VA Medical Center campus into the VA Center for Warrior Independence, which is meant to combat veteran homelessness. Joining us now for tonight's big close-up is Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you. First of all, I don't know if you were in D.C., if you got a chance to see the Georgia display there, but they were bragging on onions, so I made my co-host here eat one, and we enjoyed it. So I know you know about those Vidalias.
You better believe that. Hey, Vidalia is the only one. No, no offense to my Texas brothers and sisters.
Oh my God, these accents.
There you go. Hey, listen, you know,
They're
I've got
thick
for you, as
accents.
I always do, but I have some fantastic co-hosts here, so we'll stick with the homeless.
So thick.
It's my belief that veterans homelessness is solved at the Department of War, not the Department of Veterans Affairs. If they're already homeless, if they're under your domain, then a lot of failures have happened before they got there. Is that do you share in that belief? And if so, are you working with the Department of War on exit of the military so that doesn't become the problem?
Well, Joy, you've hit on a great issue that we really need to discuss, and I think this is the first administration actually to have a Secretary of War and a Secretary of VA actually work together. In fact, I was told when Pete came
Yeah,
over
that's a
last
big
year
deal.
to sign a memorandum of understanding on some issues that we were doing, it was the first time a Secretary of War had ever actually been in the VA building, and that should have never happened. VA is dependent, just like the the War Department is dependent on us. We're dependent on them. We're fraternal twins. So it really takes this transition period and says, as you're coming out, are we giving you the tools to cope with life outside the military? Are we getting you the skills? Are we getting you the training? Are we getting you the medical help? Are we getting you the things you need? And so I think it's a combination of both of us coming together to say, how do we make this work? But then you're going to have some who get through, they end up on hard times, and that's where we're coming through to make sure we're finding, temporary housing and permanent housing. We permanently housed almost 50,000 just last year, and we're moving through that again this year. So it is moving forward. President Trump's made a priority of this. West LA project is one of them.
I love that, Secretary. And just to kind of build off of what Joey said, we talk about the homeless crisis, whether it be in the veteran community or just Americans in general. We know that you mentioned Los Angeles. They have a big problem with that just in general. And for those of us who are who deeply care about veteran homelessness, but we want to know maybe a little bit more about it and a little bit more about what the VA or the Department of War can do. What is the primary challenge with veteran homelessness, getting them into that position? Is it PTSD? Is it healthcare issues? Is it just returning to civilian life and trying to find their bearings? And what more can people do? I know there's a lot of great charities that assist in this, Tunnel to Towers being one of them. But how can Americans who deeply care about this issue better get involved in understanding the crisis here?
Well, I think the answer to, I hate to be simplistic, but the answer to all your part of that question was yes. All of that plays into it. And that's why we have a combination with what we call a HUD voucher, which allows veterans that are homeless to get into temporary and permanent housing that we work with HUD on, but it's sort of a bifurcated system. The issue that we have, though, is when the VA comes in, we do those wraparound services that you just talked about, whether it be in mental health, whether it be in physical health. We also give counseling for job skills and also, help in employment. We do have a lot of great private partners who help. Tunnel to Towers, you said, is a great one. The thing that we have to do, though, and for people out there, is just look around you. There are people in your hometowns, in any hometown in this country, there is at least some homelessness. So you see it all over. It's just don't turn a blind eye to it. And when you have veterans that are part of that, is getting them to help, getting them to the VA, getting them to our vet centers so that we can begin that process of helping them. The good part about it is over the last 20 years, veteran homelessness has declined while other homelessness has went up, but we're still too far away. And these are the people who raised their right hand and said they're going to take and defend this country.
Mr. Secretary, Kevin Corke with you. Always great to see you. I think I have more of a declaration, and maybe you can help me out with it. My experience is we need more doctors. We need more healthcare providers within the VA system so that services can improve, so that we have more readily available services. I thought the administration did a very strong job of making more access to different types of medications, even experimentals. That was a very good idea. But I'm just curious, what can we do to get more doctors in the system who can help out, more nurses, more EMTs, just more people who are in healthcare who can help facilitate the care of veterans who need more speedy care, more expert level care?
The best thing we can do is encourage young boys and young girls to go to school and become doctors and nurses. We're at the same disadvantage as every hospital in this country. I compete with Mayo, Cleveland Clinic, all the local hospitals for doctors and nurses in the VA system, and we are the largest integrated healthcare system in the country. But we're competing for those same people, and there is just a shortage coming in. This is a universal kind of issue that we're all dealing with. Unfortunately, I had a family member of mine just recently go in for some testing, and he was saying that he was going to be kept in a it was a public hospital. They were going to keep him and admit him to a room, and they ended up leaving him in the ER for over 28 hours. and they said they were fully staffed, but yet they were not because they couldn't get him into a room. So what we're doing is we're hiring as quickly as possible. If you're out there today and you're a doctor, nurse, you're anyone who wants a job taking care of the best people in the world, you come to the VA, we're going to get you hired because we're trying our best to get everybody in as best we can. And also we're combining with the community to not only have our direct care that we have in our VA facilities, but also using our community doctors to help as well. And we're doing that. The previous administration just cut that out almost altogether. They didn't like that. There's some in the government who don't like that the VA doesn't have control over everything. They like the medicine aspect of control. Well, the Mission Act said, no, you got to go to the community. We're actually putting the Mission Act into play.
I hope we can get you back on soon. You know, you had an exchange with Senator Tammy Duckworth about that, and in my opinion, you owned her on it. And it's, you know, it's really terrible when a veteran sitting in Congress is more worried about the VA getting money than veterans getting care. Secretary Doug Collins, you've
There's a
walked
problem
the line.
there, yeah.
You're a GWAT veteran, and now you're helping guide the VA towards sustainability for veterans, and I really appreciate that. Thank you for joining us, and go Dogs.
Hey, go Dogs. Good to see you. Take care.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
News.
And welcome into CBS LA at 5. We start with that breaking news. A brush fire now being called the Arrow Fire breaks out in Irwindale.
CBS LA's assignment editor Mike Rogers is live in SkyCal for us tonight with details on this. You can see the flames and how smoky it is up there, Mike.
Hi, Joe and Leslie. Yes, the good news is it's burning in kind of an area that's got some natural fire breaks. You've got the 605 to the east of the fire, and then some just frontage roads here on the west side of the fire. The fire appears to have started down here and kind of worked its way north. The good news is there are 3 water-dropping helicopters here, including the big Chinook Helitanker 5.5. The bad news for the aircraft, though, is the fire is burning underneath of these power lines, and so there are portions of it they have not been able to put water on from the air, obviously due to the proximity of the high-tension lines. And for that, you've got these ground crews here that are working on some of these little fires that are getting over here to the north, or to the west, rather. Now, the good news is there's no homes in the fire's path. This is largely just kind of probably burn itself out. The helicopters are doing what they can when they get those opportunities. But you look at the wide picture here, it's probably about 10 acres, and likely will kind of run out of things to burn once it gets to the north here. And again, we do have those 3 helicopters overhead, but because of the high-tension power lines that are down here, they're having a little bit of trouble getting water where they'd like it to, and that's why you kind of see it burning in this narrow area. What's making things also difficult is there are some homeless encampments down here that are catching fire as well and sending up some big, thick black plumes of smoke. But all in all, things are looking good here, 5 to 10 acres. No impact to the 605 freeway, which is here. You can actually see traffic moving pretty clearly at this hour. So we'll continue to monitor it overhead in SkyCal, but for now, I'm Mike Rogers, CBS LA.
Mike, thank you.
President Trump calling out communism during his address to the nation last night. His comments come amid a surge of socialist candidates' wins across the country. Here is more from the president.
Communism is a loser, and it always will be. The communist system is the opposite of the American system, and the communist system has never worked. Our warriors did not fight communism on battlefields across the world, only to have that menace rear its ugly head right back here.
It's the other fucking right.
Let it happen.
No. Not today.
Joining me now, Christina Pascucci, former California
tomorrow.
Democratic Senate candidate and political and media strategist. Easy for me to say. Aaron McGuire, former Trump 2020 Director of Press Communications and a Republican strategist. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Happy Independence Day weekend.
We made it for the 4th.
What do you make of President Trump going after the far left in that way, Aaron?
Well, it was a stark contrast to the entire message of that speech was American exceptionalism and 250. And the president really beautifully used the American flag throughout instances in that speech to paint the picture of freedom and tell the cause that we have fought for of liberty throughout generations. You bring in the veterans with that, and you contrast that message with the communism and the socialism that is directly on the rise in the Democrat Party, while not calling out the midterm specifically. It's a good messaging shaping for Republicans going forward, because while communism and socialism is antithetical to our nation, I don't think it's hitting as strong as it had in previous cycle to voters the same way. Because look at Zoran Mondani. Yes, he is a socialist, but New York City is not completely on fire at this point.
As a Democrat, do you worry about the party shifting too far to the left, Christina?
I think that's
So democratic socialist is different than a socialist. Complete socialist, you gotta understand those people
right now,
not
but
thinking
what we're
with their
seeing more and
heads.
more is that Mamdani is not an exception. Democratic socialism is growing, and it appears that it's here to stay. So I think the big question that people on both sides of the aisle need to ask themselves is, why is this having more than a moment? Why is this appearing to grow? I was in New York City, and I was riding in a cab, and I asked him, what do you think of Mamdani? And he loved him. He speaks to him, was the way that he described it to me. So I think that if moderate Democrats and Republicans want to have their message resonate with people, they need to start listening more to the concerns that people have and lending them a voice and making them feel seen and heard. I think that'll go a far way.
All right. You both mentioned the mayor of New York City, Zoran Mamdani. Let's play a clip from him, and I'll get you guys to break it down.
As we mark 250 years, what do we see? We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions. We see the wealthiest country in the history of the world, one where children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. We see monopolies that dominate every industry and oligarchs who buy elections. We see masked agents terrorizing our streets, eating food cooked by our undocumented neighbors before spiriting them away in unmarked vans.
While the United States is certainly not perfect, and we've certainly had our difficult chapters, is that a little dark, Aaron?
It's extremely dark. We are the greatest and freest nation the world has ever known, the largest driver of peace, and the most welcoming to immigrant communities that truly has ever happened across the globe. Zoran Mondani is reflective of that. He's an immigrant to this nation. He was not born a U.S. citizen, and what an opportunity he gets to have because of the freedoms that were fought and protected for by those ahead of him. Socialism sounds great until you run out of everybody else's money. And while he is sitting there talking about the haves and the have-nots, socialism and communism only increases that. Republicans can talk about how scary that is, but also need to offer the contradictory solution to that. We believe in individual freedom and liberty. Government does not solve the problems. It generally creates them in the long run.
I covered the Barack Obama White House, and I remember his speeches being obviously very different than President Trump's, but being very uplifting.
Mm-hmm.
Did Mamdani miss an opportunity to be uplifting in his vision?
That's an understatement, Mike. Look, I'm the daughter of an immigrant. I love this country with all of my heart. It is a miracle. If you think of everything that led up to July 4th, 1776, it is a miracle that we are all standing here in the greatest experiment that the world perhaps has ever known when it comes to democracy and representing the voice of the people. And for July 4th, we should celebrate that. We should put politics aside, and President Trump had an opportunity to in his speech. And if you're on the left, you're going to criticize his speech. If you're on the right, you might celebrate it. But a lot of moderates felt that, yes, the Artemis crew being on stage was great. Yes, celebrating veterans was amazing. There was a lot of awe-inspiring moments. But then when he talked about communism, or conversely with what Mamdani did, the ideological counterpoint really on Friday, they lost a moment to celebrate Americans and focus on making us feel proud rather than vilifying those who disagree with us. And I think we need more focus on that and less focus on vilifying those we disagree with.
Do you think Mamdani will course correct, Aaron?
Oh, no, I don't. I think Democrats can't hide the crazy anymore. It is in full plain sight every day. Mondani is just getting started at this point. The reason socialism doesn't seem scary to voters is they haven't seen the repercussions for that. Yes, isn't everything fun when it's free until your paycheck has almost nothing left in for it for you to be able to save or make your own decisions on how to spend? It takes a while for those realities to hit. And I consider him and every other Democrat in New York, look out Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. There's a new king of the party in New York, and it is Zoran Mondani. You better believe he's going to be dragging them, New York Democrats, and the country writ large, much further to the left and towards communism and socialism.
Well, that's why I think it's really important right now for President Trump to show the difference of what he represents and take this opportunity to unite the country and not vilify, because people are kind of tired of that. They're tired of politics as usual. And President Trump, you know, he'll say what's on his mind. And for a long time, a lot of people have appreciated that about him. But what would have really surprised the crowd last night is if he came out and didn't attack the other side and instead just celebrated what makes America so great.
Christina, Aaron, thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Wait, what the hell? Wait, what is this?
For context, this is a message from YouTube themselves, urging creators to fight the proposed UK's state-mandated algorithm changes.
The UK government is running a public consultation called Watch This Space, a new strategic direction for UK media. The proposals include mandatory changes to how content is discovered on YouTube. This could direct audiences away from your channel. Digital content discovery works best when driven by user choice, not legal requirements. This is a vital window for you to share your perspective on a content. Oh my god. They're trying to like rig algorithms now? The proposed rules now include a mandatory prominence regime. What is this North Korea shit? Prominence regime? This could include digital platforms like YouTube to prioritize and give a privileged position to traditional broadcasters
North
like
Korea
BBC,
shit.
ITV, and Channel 4 in user interfaces and recommendation feeds, potentially pushing your content out of sight. Mandating prominence to traditional institutions will impact other independent news creators. Your content is downranked. Threat to reach. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now I want to celebrate 4th of July even more. So their propaganda machines are losing, and they're losing so badly that the only way that they can stop it is by making it mandatory to show the propaganda. If YouTube folds, X has the golden opportunity. Every company has to fold to the government because the government has guns. YouTube doesn't have any guns. They're going to try to resist this, but at the end of the day, if the UK government tells them to jump, they're going to be saying how high. They can just literally shut and block off access to YouTube on that website. Governments have a million different ways that they can be fucking annoying, right? The problem is that British citizens, I think, they've been boiled very, very slowly. There have been increasingly more speech laws. You have been increasingly told that you can't see what's in front of you. You can't even discuss what's in front of you. You can't even consume content that is contrary to what's in front of you. And all of this has happened, I think, probably over the course of my whole lifetime, right? That's their strategy, whittle us down slowly to a point where we feel hopeless to do anything about it. Yeah, they want YouTube to prioritize the mainstream broadcasters like BBC. So if the government in the UK does go through with this, I will show you my analytics because I do have a very large international audience. I will show you if there's a big difference with this, because I think what they're going to do is they're probably going to deprioritize different media that is contrary to what their ideology is. And a good way to look at that is that, do you remember, like, so the Birmingham police went out and they posted and they said, don't show people this video. Like they went and they saw this, the incident. We would ask that footage is not further shared. By the way, this is the footage they're talking about. So this guy gets clotheslined and punched in the back of the head, and then the female police officer grabs him and then throws him on the ground. Or slams him against the wall. Look at that. So that's what happened. Brother, what the fuck? I know. Share it more? Well, that's the reason why they want it to be shut down. But enjoying the man, Rupert Lowe is in Tech. How about that? That is crazy. Enjoying the culture here in Texas. I love to see it. I love to hear it. There we go. I do really hope that Rupert Lowe is going to be able to go on Joe Rogan's podcast. I think that'd be super, super cool.
What if I told you that federal courts have been using a lie to keep gun bans and gun control alive for years? I'm not saying that the courts themselves are lying. No one's making that claim. But they are citing to laws that did not exist in order to rule gun control as being constitutional. Today, we're going to pull that thread, pull back the curtain, and show you what's been going on. So folks, let's get into it. So the Supreme Court back in 2022, in a case called Brune, changed the rules for every gun case in America. From that point forward, if the government wants to restrict, regulate, or control your Second Amendment rights, it has to show that the restriction, the law, is consistent with the country's historical tradition of firearm regulation. Not what lawmakers want, not what studies show, the actual historical record. Founding era practice, New Republic, that's what we're kind of talking about here. If you're anti-gun, you want as most recent a time period as possible. When we're talking about what is the nation's historical tradition, what time period is that? Anti-gunners have claimed 1990s is good. If you're pro-Second Amendment, you want that to be as far back as possible. You're talking early Republic, 1830s, colonial times, that. Most scholars seem to be agreeing that we're getting to about the Civil War era, give or take. That's going to be important. When that case dropped from the United States Supreme Court back in 2022, the anti-gun judges and their clerks immediately went into scramble mode, looking for historical analogs. They were looking for historical examples that could justify their post-Brune restrictions. In other words, how do I keep gun control laws on life support so I can say, yeah, look, this does come from our nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation, of weapons regulation, of arms regulation. Sensitive places, courts, parks, transit systems, hospitals, schools, stadiums are at the top of that list. Uphold those, and you have effectively preserved a significant chunk of the gun control infrastructure that anti-gun politicians are pushing in states across the country. Here's the problem. The law, the historical analog that they need to have, that they found, doesn't seem to exist. In 1792, a French-born lawyer named François-Xavier Martin published a private book called, quote, A Collection of the Statutes of the Parliament of England in Force in the State of North Carolina, end quote. It was a legal reference guide, compilation, right? It was not enacted, though. It was not passed by any legislature. It was not an official North Carolina legal book. It was a private printing of an English statutes that a lawyer put together for his own reference. That would be kind of like a private printing today, which you could do if you've got $5,000, something like that, and you just want to have your own book that's out there. The book included the very important 1328 Statute of Northampton. That's where all weapons and arms laws in the English Commonwealth tradition, which the United States is part of, basically trace back to, from 1328, the Statute of Northampton. It's an English law that restricted going armed in public places like fairs and markets. And somehow, in the post-Brune courtrooms, courts began treating that private book as if it were actual North Carolina law. The Duke Center for Firearms Law, which is a leading repository that courts rely on heavily, listed it in its database under a citation that basically says, yeah, this was law, this was legislation. Chapter 3, North Carolina General Statutes. That chapter contained no such provision. An entire citation from that book does not seem to exist. Credit goes to a leading Second Amendment scholar, Stephen Halbrook, who just published a law review article in the Journal of Law and Civil Governance at Texas A&M University, which exposed exactly how this happened. His core finding could be devastating to gun control fanatics. The Second Circuit, in a case called Antoniuk versus James, which was a major New York sensitive places case. And folks, sensitive places is super important because this is basically where they can ban guns, where they can ban carry, possession. Short answer, they want to ban it everywhere. Everywhere. That's just the short version. The Second Circuit Court of Appeals, no friend of the Second Amendment, built their entire historical argument on this fake citation. It concluded that founding era North Carolina had a law banning going armed per se in public places. That conclusion supported then, as a result, New York's sweeping restrictions on where licensed concealed carriers can carry. Therefore, law is good. But what did the actual North Carolina law say? Not what the French lawyer said it said. There was a real law from 1741, so before the birth of our nation here, which was reenacted in 1791 and confirmed in the law books and statutes real law books, through at least 1855. It directed constables to arrest persons who ride or go armed offensively. Now that word, offensively, is doing all the legal work. Going armed was only a crime if done in a way that was designed to terrorize, which, by the way, was entirely consistent with the English tradition elsewhere up to this point. North Carolina Supreme Court made this explicitly clear in a case called State v. Huntley from 1843, and that interpretation was reaffirmed as recently as 2024. Now, that actual quote about you need to be doing this offensively to terrorize others is insanely important, because the North Carolina law did not just ban carrying guns per se. In other words, just having a gun by yourself, not good enough. Just the mere act of having a firearm was not illegal, not prohibited. You had to do it to terrorize subjects. But the fake citation took that out. And that distinction is arguably the entire ballgame under the Brune analysis here. So how widespread is the damage? Well, the Second Circuit already used the fake citation in this case to uphold New York's sensitive places law. The Third Circuit then relied on that case in another case called Coons versus Attorney General of New Jersey and extended the same logic to uphold New Jersey's extensive ban on sensitive locations. The Ninth Circuit then reached a different conclusion in another case called Wolford versus Lopez, which actually recognized that Brune had rejected the purported North Carolina place restrictions, but then upheld California's ban anyways on different grounds with no founding era tradition supporting them at all. So, it is what it is, I suppose. Justice Breyer himself from the United States Supreme Court cited Martin's book. Okay, that's the fake attorney, Martin's book, okay, in his Brune dissent as authority for the claim that North Carolina had enacted a law with language lifted from the statute of Northampton, which of course does beg the question that Holbrook pointed out, which is, why would a new state in a new nation that just fought a war to get rid of the king be citing to a statute which is all about the king? In other words, the statute of Northampton. But apparently nobody stopped to really ask that question, so I guess on we go. So bottom line, here's where things stand right now. The Third Circuit has already granted a rehearing en banc in Coons, which vacates the original panel decision. That means the entire case gets re-argued before the full court. We'll see if they find a creative workaround here. In other words, how they can redo the math differently while still getting the same result, which is pro-gun control. That is directly relevant to what Holbrook documented and found. The Second Circuit has a separate case already called Frey versus City of New York, in which a different panel actually conceded that Brune undermines the original Antoniuk analysis. But then, of course, other parts of New York bans get to stand anyway. What this means, practically speaking, is that the post-Brune sensitive places framework in the circuit courts, which are the federal circuit courts of appeal. You get the federal trial courts, the federal district courts, federal circuit courts, which are the appellate courts going up to the United States Supreme Court. And what these federal circuit courts of appeal say is super important, not just because it determines the law for their particular area and it influences their colleagues across the country to follow their analysis, but keep in mind, if you don't like what a circuit court said with their 4 lifetime appointed judges, your only recourse, your only next step is to go to the Supreme Court, which has about a 1% to 2% chance of having the bandwidth to accept your case. These courts are not final because they're infallible. They are often infallible because they are functionally final. That's important. Now, looking forward, this is, of course, going to be super important because so much of the argument for sensitive place restrictions and all that kind of stuff is now built on nothing. The problem is how many people out there are going to know that to call the courts, call the anti-gunners, call the various departments of justice and all these pro-gun control states on the rug so that they understand, yep, okay, that's not real. Because of course, the truth doesn't matter if everyone just agrees to follow the lie. Now, folks, this is just one example of something that got fact-checked, which is fantastic, and found to be a fraud. I wonder if this is going to be the last time or not. Let me know what you think about this in the comment section below. Be sure to hit the like button, share the video around so that people get a sense as to, hey, we got some good news. And it's always good to have good news. We're going to close out with our ever popular quote of the day. This one comes from abolitionist Frederick Douglass, who said in an address to Rochester Anti-Slavery Sewing Society back in 1849, quote, "It is the first duty of government to protect the rights of those who are governed." Protect protect the rights. Didn't say hand stuff out, didn't say anything like that. Protect the rights. I appreciate you sticking around. I'll see you in the next one. Take care. Thanks for joining us on that video, and if you liked that one, then I think you're gonna like these over here too.
Hi, today I want to talk to you all about wokeness and where I think it came from. So a lot of people don't really understand how all these things came together and how we experience probably the highest and the biggest level of censorship that at least I've experienced in my lifetime between the years of, I would say, 2014 and 2024. Now, what I find to be the most ironic about this is that the main thesis of what I'm going to be talking about is the way that you created the unholy matrimony, the unholy trinity between ideologically captured media, bad faith capitalism, and mentally ill activism. And these things put together all created an apparatus that I want to construct and then deconstruct and talk to you all about how it actually maintained power and how it manifested and projected that power throughout the entire internet. So fundamentally, what I find to be the most ironic about all of this is that the main people that are the biggest social justice warriors, the biggest woke the people that care so much about all of these different issues, almost every single one of them hate capitalism. But in an ironic sense, none of their ideology would have ever been tolerated by anybody if capitalism wasn't there that was insulating it from criticism. And I want to talk about why that happened. So we're going to go back, we're going to go way back to 2010 to 2014. It depends on how you want to define it. Really start at the beginning. So that's whenever you start seeing terms of service on websites. That's whenever you started seeing words that you couldn't say. That's whenever, instead of telling people, if you don't like it, don't look at it, instead of that, you decided to instead tell people, if you don't like it, then nobody can look at it. Why did these things change? What happened? Why was it that a place like Reddit, for example, that was the open bastion of free speech, suddenly changed and then allowed itself to be completely colonized by a small manufactured minority of people and a manufactured consensus of ideas that is really not representative of their user base or really of anybody in real life either? How did this happen? And I'll tell you exactly how it happened. It's actually very simple. It happened because of money. So what happened between 2010 and 2014? You started getting a lot of ads. You started getting a lot of advertisements. You started getting a lot of, ways that these companies and these websites were basically making money. And if you look at this on the stock market for any of these different companies, this is very clearly the growth period of their business. This is whenever they started really making a lot of money. Because a lot of people falsely attribute the woke era to something that was happening during COVID, which I think was the fever pitch, but it wasn't the entire disease. The disease actually started between 2010 and 2014. And it was manifested by advertising and then companies wanting to maintain that advertising money in order to maintain the to maintain the advertisements to continue making more money. So what happened is that you had these activists and people that are working inside of media companies, and then the media companies are running smear campaigns. They're talking about how, this website is allowing, racism or dangerous language or X or Y thing. And we're not even talking about the COVID era, by the way. Keep this in mind. This is back in the, Gamergate and even pre-Gamergate era. This is when these things were happening. So what really was going on is that they kept making articles and they kept saying that, this website is allowing X, Y, and Z content, and it's horrible that this is happening. Then there was a harassment and a advocacy campaign that pushed the advertisers that were advertising on the website, that was basically egged on by these ideologically captured media apparatuses and individuals too, to put pressure on these companies, because companies, you have to admit, you have to understand, are they're not moral, they're not immoral, they're amoral. if Hitler won World War II, most of these companies would be selling swastikas. And it's important to always remember that. When a company thinks that your social cause or your social opinion is the correct social opinion, the odds are it's because they think they can make money off of you if they tell you that. That's the only reason. Why do you think they all care about pride? Well, it's because they can sell something with a rainbow on it. So anyway, these companies care about money. And so what happened is that the media apparatus created and manufactured a false consensus that everybody was upset and angry about these types of behaviors, right? Everybody was upset about this, people were super mad, and now these companies have to take action. They have to do something, they have to act. And this is what's happening also, by the way, it happened inside of mainstream media as well. You saw different shows that were, pushing ideologies that were not necessarily what people accepted in terms of, culturally acceptable. And I think that really, if you take a step back, think about the term brand friendly. Think about that term, brand friendly. What does brand friendly almost always mean? That means at least something that is either agnostic to politics or leftist leaning. And I think that really kind of gives away the game, doesn't it? Because fundamentally, every single one of these companies always kowtows to this group of people. Now, why did they do that? Is it because they're the majority? Well, if Donald Trump won the election, it seems like that's not the case. So why actually do they get listened to? It's actually extremely simple. It's because these people are very good at institutional capture, and they've done an incredibly good job at it, whether it's businesses, whether it's HR departments, whether it's media companies, or whether it's other forms of NGOs, or just different media apparatuses that are third-party that exist on the internet, or even individuals that are just politically minded that want to advocate for something. And I think that they're very strategic and they're very effective, and they have been. And it took a long time for people to identify this and then begin to develop countermeasures like what we have now. So anyway, all of these people have basically created this entire permission structure around language. And the permission structure around language enabled people to accept that certain things were just simply not allowed to be said. And this manufactured the ideology of being brand friendly. This could not have happened without mainstream big companies enforcing this ideology by the rule of money. If there was no money involved in any of these companies, then none of these companies would have changed. You used to be able to say the N-word on Twitch. You used to be able to say the F-word on Twitch. Do you want to know what changed? Advertisers changed. What do you think the probability is that every single company suddenly grew a conscience and wanted to make all of these different slurs against the rules at, ironically, the same time that they all got a bunch of money for advertising? What do you think the odds of that are? Well, I'd say what the odds are. It's zero. They're doing it for the advertising money. That's always what they were doing it for. So why is it that these companies are listening to these people? Well, this is the two-part thing of identity capture and just basically capture in general. So you have the media companies that have been taken over by these people who want to weaponize the media companies' influence in order to push their ideology. This is relatively obvious. I think that we all know this is what happens. But then the second thing is that people that work inside of the actual companies themselves also have some of these ideologies, and they create an alarmism around not making these people happy. Now, I think that you've started to realize that usually whenever these people are upset, it's not a boycott, it's a goycott. Nobody cares, it doesn't matter, and everybody that's angry and upset about it, there's really no effect that really has. So if you upset these people, you saw this with how many video games where it's like, okay, well, we're gonna own the chuds, and then nobody owns the game. And so that's really not a good way to keep your job, is it? Sure seems that way. Look at Bungie. So anyway, what happens is that people inside of, HR departments and other types of administrative and influential positions at these companies use those positions in order to manufacture alarmism around the manufactured consensus. And I apologize, I'm using these words all the time, but I just want to make sure that I make it completely clear that none of this was organic and none of this was done because people wanted it. Nobody actually wanted any of this. This was forced on people, and it was done so by the unholy matrimony between mentally ill advertisers, there's that too, mentally ill activists and cynical advertisers that are trying to cater to the lowest common denominator of capitalism, and failing massively, by the way. You can see that with Bud Light. So anyway, all this has happened. These companies now are then taking away partnerships, they're taking away advertising, and they're changing the ways that they want their stuff broadcast and their stuff advertised. And that causes these companies to create a culture around basically playing it safe. They don't want to take any risks. They want to make sure that nobody does anything wrong. And they also don't want to attract the negative attention to the media class and to the activist class. Because if you attract negative attention from them by not doing what they want, then they manufacture conspiracies. They try to create negative sentiment about you. And then they call you, like, I mean, nowadays, right? I mean, how many people are being called a Nazi? It's like, oh yeah, I'm not seeing your point of view. I guess I'm a Nazi now, right? That's the way that the world works. And fundamentally, I think this was very effective. Now, anybody that plays Classic WoW knows that if you cast the crowd control on an opponent too many times, it begins to have what you would call diminishing returns. And I think at this point, it's basically just on the immunity stage. But for many, many years, this was an effective way of shutting down conversation. Sexist, racist, misogynist, like Nazi, far right, etc. All of these terms were used as buzzwords in order to allow that media class to pressure the advertising and the business class, to pressure the social media class, to pressure everybody else to adhere to their ideology and their language. And that's exactly how it happened. And I think that let's talk about, and obviously this just kind of got worse and worse. And worse. And the reason why it got worse and worse and worse is actually something that's very much a parallel of what's happening with the Democratic Party right now. The Democratic Party is going through what I would say is basically a civil war. This is kind of similar to the Tea Party happening in like the late 2000s and maybe the early 2010s in the Republican Party, but I would view this to be slightly different because it's much more existential. You had people that were not really involved in any of these things because they cared about them. They were involved in these things because it made them feel good. And this is something that's becoming more and more obvious, is that many of these companies and many of these people are not really adopting these social causes out of any sort of like real genuine intention or real genuine care. They're adopting social causes as social accessories. They're using their pride flags, their Palestine flags, and their trans flags, or like their coexist bumper stickers. They're not using these as actual pieces of advocacy. They're using them as social accessories so they can signal to other people that they're a good person. So what the point of that is that there actually is no real kind of end goal. There's no ideology. There's no light at the end of this tunnel. There's no North Star that these people are working towards. And that's the reason why the ideology continues to self-radicalize. It's because it was never ever about ever doing something and achieving something and meeting a goal. It was manufacturing consent, enforcing that consent and that permission structure on the entire population, and then feeling like a good person for doing it. And that's the most important thing. It's not because of the people, it's not because of the people they're trying to help, it's because the main person they want to help is themselves, and they want to help themselves feel better. And that's the reason why it's become more and more radical. And I think that it was generally tolerable in 2014 to 2019, but COVID really sent it into a, pun intended, a fever pitch, right? And it really got a lot worse. And the reason why I think it got a lot worse is actually very simply because you had everybody staying inside, companies are spending infinitely more money, and I think obviously you had social unrest and everything else. And what happened is that these people just continued to self-radicalize, and because so many people were being involved and basically swept up in the movement, it accelerated the progression of the movement to the point where you couldn't even say that there were two genders anymore. And I think this happened, the reason why it stopped actually wasn't that people got tired of it, it's because one person got tired of it, and that person was Elon Musk. I do think that it was a timeline shift when Elon Musk bought Twitter. I think that if Elon Musk had not bought Twitter, we would probably still be living with the COVID-era censorship, and it would probably be continuing to get worse and worse and worse, because those people still controlled all the levers of power. They may be stupid, they may be delusional, they may be selfish, but they are very organized, and they also do have a decent understanding of political theory, and at least institutional capture to the extent that they can apply it and use it to their advantage. And I think that's commendable. I just wish they would do it to something that wasn't destructive. So the point that I'm making is that COVID, I think, accelerated all of it. Elon Musk buying Twitter was like a crack in the dam that unlocked basically everybody's freedom of speech. And you went from not being able to say that there were two genders to only talking about which race is the best race. And that's a really big change. The Overton window didn't shift, the entire building got bulldozed, and you built it somewhere else. So in the entire world, I think this was probably the biggest, or internet world, this was the biggest shift in terms of, like ideology, in terms of behavior and everything, is when Elon Musk ended up buying Twitter. So he buys Twitter, everybody can say whatever they want, and then also, at that point, Elon said, well, I don't need advertising, and that's the reason why Twitter, I think, has freedom of speech. The more that these companies allow advertising, the less freedom of speech that they will be allowed. And you could say that that's fair because companies don't want to deal with this kind of stuff and they want to be immoral. I understand that, but I think that we should also acknowledge that the genesis of all of this censorship is not simply social justice, it's actually just making money. And if it wasn't for capitalism, you'd still have people spamming the N-word all the time. And how do I know that? Well, it's because every single website that isn't run based off of advertising and doesn't, depend on it, like 4chan, Twitter, or Rumble, for example, all of these places have people saying all kinds of crazy things. So the moment that you give people a mask, they'll show you their true face. And I think that's also the reason why they want to use ways to identify people. This is why doxing is so effective. Doxing is also another effective way of doing things, and the reason why doxing is so effective is because doxing allows people to apply those consequences that they would previously apply to companies, to social media websites, which was a lot harder for them to do. Now all they have to do is achieve it with one individual person. And you see this also, the reverse of this with, for example, Charlie Kirk. You see people talking about, like, oh, I'm glad Charlie Kirk died, and then they get fired from their job, and these people were saying, like, well, this isn't fair, I don't agree with this. Well, that's too bad, you shouldn't have been doing it for the last 10 years. So really what I think has happened is that now you have an environment where freedom of speech is more or less completely tolerated. And on top of it being completely tolerated, you have a shifting of the window of what is acceptable thought, the Overton window, that is happening faster and faster and faster. I think there's a force multiplier with this. And fundamentally, I wanted to let everybody understand and help everybody understand how these media companies and these activists are pressuring these companies to pressure other companies, news websites, social media websites, and everything else in between, into making it to where you're not able to have freedom of speech. That is the main reason why it's happening. You're not losing your freedom of speech because of activists directly. You're losing it because of advertisers directly and activists indirectly that are working through, as a tertiary source, actually, the media apparatus that they have ideologically captured. Whether this is video games journalism, whether it's real journalism, whether it's, well, unfortunately, basically any type of media that's mainstream to begin with. And you're starting to see this receding, and I think it's almost pretty much gone. I think that you're going to need probably 5 more years of cultural institutional change, and in terms of the very ingrained things like education, corporate environment, corporate policy, and let's not even get into the legal system in which these ideologies are codified into law. It will take a while to actually undo all of this, but we're very well on the path to that. And I wanted to show people kind of this cause and effect, because I think that a lot of people haven't really necessarily looked at it, and they're facing they're focusing their anger at these, like weird social justice warriors on the internet. And I think that go ahead, be my guest, right? Do whatever you want to do. But those people are not fundamentally the ones that are making this happen. The ones that are fundamentally making it happen are the companies that are putting pressure on the websites, on the businesses, everything in order to fulfill and conform to their ideology. And I do believe this is a situation that's kind of like nuclear weapons, for example. You cannot afford to not play the game. I think that if you want to control and you want to not have institutional capture, you have to engage in institutional capture. There is not a world where this weapon and this tool is not used. There's only a weapon where it's either you using it or it being used against you. And so my advocacy and my ask for everybody is that when you see people that are pushing for this kind of ideology, especially whenever they're doing it through vectors of commercial aspects, like for example advertising, you have to push back 10 times as hard. Because if these commercial places realize that these things are losing money, you're going to start seeing all of these people, they're in their entire power structure completely evaporate, because their power structure is actually maintained and enforced by capitalism. And it's not just by capitalism. I'm a big capitalism enjoyer, but I would say it is by bad faith, unintelligent, uninformed capitalism that is being done by the lowest common denominator. And those are the people that you really should be looking at as your enemy. Those are your enemies, because those are the ones that are cutting the checks, that are forcing the ideologies, and they're doing it from the top down. And yes, they're being influenced by the bottom, but it's the top that is making this decision, and it's these people that are fundamentally pulling the levers of power and changing things institutionally and making it to where you don't have a voice. And the reason why I want to make this video is that I think that a lot of times people don't really understand that. They don't see how these things have manifested, and they don't understand, they can't construct and deconstruct how all of this has come together. I've been on the internet for 25 years. I've seen all of this happen myself. I'd be curious to hear what other people's comments are in the, in the comment section. But fundamentally, I think that we really do have to be more outspoken. I think that with video games, the last thing I want to talk about is that with video games, I think that we've done an incredibly great job. You have many of these different companies that are going back to McDonald's. They're going back to being Applebee's servers. And, no shade to any of the people that do those jobs. But fundamentally, they're simply not, much of a creative job as making a video game. And I really think that what you have to have happen is you have to have even more of these points on the graph in order to have companies be able to see that there's a very clear line. And I think that's beginning to happen. If you look at, for example, a lot of the new video games, you see a lot less ideology that's being imposed into these video games. And I think that you're starting to see it with movies as well, especially whenever you have movie after movie that prioritizes identity politics, ideology, or some other form of message over actually appealing to their customers. And the best way that you can show people that that is a bad idea, there are two things. Number one, vote with your wallet, and number two, vote with your voice. Tell people the way that you feel, express yourself, and do it loudly. Because if you do it louder than other people, then people are going to listen to you instead. This isn't a world where you can just abstain. This isn't a world where you can just say, well, I'm just simply not going to do that because I don't agree with that. If you don't do it, they'll do it to you. And that's my real, I want people to understand this. And I understand it might be a cynical pill to swallow, and I get that. I understand that. But I think that it's true. And if you don't think it's true, just wait and see, pay attention, listen, and just look around. And I think that you'll begin to realize that that's really the path forward. So I wanted to explain and talk about that. I hope you guys all watched and enjoyed it. And I'm curious what your people's comments are in the comment section below. So thanks all for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
In a big way on July 4th. But police and firefighters say, unfortunately, many of the parties involved illegal fireworks, leading to some fires and some injuries. ABC7 Eyewitness News is live in San Francisco's Mission District. The police had to disperse crowds of spectators.
Yeah, hey Cameron, we are live at Harrison and 24th Streets, where I have to tell you, firework debris is really all over the place on the streets, here on the sidewalks. On July 4th, police in riot gear tried clearing the streets and stopping illegal fireworks shows. July 4th was loud and explosive in San Francisco's Mission District. Block after block hosting impromptu illegal fireworks shows. Many residents say it felt like a war zone. Lots of firework debris now litter Harrison Street, where Travis Hayes lives.
Oh man, I couldn't even sleep. It was great. It was so loud. I mean, the windows are vibrating.
You have 10 minutes to disperse. The area will be cleared by the police.
SFPD officers closing streets after 10 p.m., dispersing hundreds of people. Some in the crowd taunted and jeered at officers. San Francisco firefighters say they responded to more than 500 calls on July 4th, including multiple spot fires and people injured by fireworks.
Unfortunately, we did have 2 medical emergency responses for 2 individuals, separate incidents that suffered life-altering but non-life-threatening injuries as a result to firework explosions.
Mayor Daniel Lurie getting briefed on the explosive celebrations.
Just spoke to our police chief. It was a pretty standard night when it came to that. It's something that we are going to debrief about in the days ahead. But what I am so proud of is our sheriffs, our park rangers, our police kept people safe overall.
In the East Bay, illegal fireworks lighting up the night sky being seen and heard from Oakland to Antioch. Firefighters responding to firework incidents still frustrating.
I would say that our frustrations are shared. I would say that our frustrations are shared equally with our community members as your San Francisco firefighters are your community members. We see and hear the same thing that you are, but we also have to respond.
Folks who live in the Mission District say they are used to illegal fireworks shows on the 4th of July, but some say this year was especially bad. Police apparently making no arrests, and Mayor Lurie says he plans to meet with law enforcement next week to review the city's response and crackdown to illegal fireworks. We're live in San Francisco. Cornell Bernard, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Good day to you. Safe travels.
Four people were shot near World Cup festivities.
Let's go up to Gil Levis. He's overhead in Sky 5 for us. Gil?
Rick and Kareen, it was 3 different shootings here along Whittier Boulevard tonight. The first one here happening at Whittier Boulevard and Leonard Avenue around 9:40. The Sheriff's Department were already on scene out here. As I zoom in, you see the location here on the corner where there's some clothing here. 2 people were shot here. They were transported to a local hospital. Their conditions unknown. But then a short time later, I'm going to pan the camera down Whittier Boulevard here to the second and third shooting scenes. About a mile away. As I come up here, you're going to see just north of Whittier Boulevard, this is going to be 6th and Amalia Avenue. This is where the second shooting happened. 1 person was shot, also transported to a local hospital. Also, the condition of that person's And then a short time after that, here at Whittier Boulevard and Amalia, there was a 3rd shooting. 1 person was shot and also transported to a local hospital. That person's conditions unknown. Now, the Sheriff's Department tonight are investigating these 3 separate shootings as a separate incidents is all by themselves here. So at this point, it was very interesting to know that there was a large presence of the Sheriff's Department out here due to the expectation of a large celebration of the post-game celebration, I should say, of the soccer match tonight. But again, 4 people shot in 3 different instances here along Whittier Boulevard. They're all transported to the local hospital. Their conditions unknown. That's the latest overhead up in Sky 5. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Gil, well, thank you.
July, a great day to head to the pool earlier today for some fun and relaxation. But there's an important reminder tonight for parents with young children. Just a day ago in the city of Orange, a 2-year-old child nearly drowned in a pool before being rescued by his sister.
And today, another family spoke out about losing their child when he drowned, and now they're using his death to save lives. Rachel Menitoff explains from Orange.
Hi, good evening. This is a really important message, especially over the holiday weekend when so many people are sitting by the pool or going to the beach. Drowning is the leading cause of death for children ages 1 to 4. And tragically, you'll hear from one Orange County family who knows this all too well. Turning their pain into purpose, Jonathan St. Clair and Julie LaPiccolo share their story about their late son, Jasper, as a cautionary tale because they don't want it to happen to anyone else. Jasper was a fun-loving baby. Sadly, he never reached his second birthday. A babysitter and the couple's neighbor had taken him to her home. He walked out of an open door to the backyard pool. The area was not gated, and for a brief moment, Jasper was left alone. He was found face down in the pool, deprived of oxygen, and died in the hospital a week later.
We went home to an empty house that day, and we just needed to sort of channel that grief and that anger into something positive.
We took every parenting class there was, and we just realized that we didn't know enough about how quickly somebody could drown.
Look, and Julie want to remind you their son's death was 100% preventable. They've since started the Jasper Ray Foundation and partner with local fire departments to do one of the most important things, educate. On Friday afternoon, the city of Orange responded to a near drowning of another 2-year-old. A sibling was able to pull the infant from the water. Grandma took on CPR and the child is going to be just fine. Firefighter paramedic Katie Sullivan was on the call.
It can happen with lots of people, no people. People talk about silent drowning. It's not like they portray in the movies always where someone's thrashing around.
There's also something called touch supervision. This means being within arm's reach of a young child so that you can pull them right out.
Don't rely on a floaty or water wings or a raft.
Julie showed us these yellow swim cards, which are used to designate an adult supervisor who's obviously a good swimmer. It can be for a 15-20 minute period before swapping with someone else. She also suggests you empower your own child.
You know, we prioritize so many other athletic activities and, make swimming your child's first sport.
And this might seem like an obvious one, but if you are the designated supervisor, no cell phones, no drinking, or any other kind of distractions. In the city of Orange, I'm Rachel Menitoff, KTLA 5 News.
men in Philadelphia signed their names to one of the most radical sentences ever written. The governments derive their just powers from the consent.
Okay, get ready for this one. So on July 4th, Governor Gavin Newsom posted this video, just 24 hours ago, titled, "Governor Newsom Celebrates It's 250 years of American independence." And I thought, okay, wow, this is a prominent Democrat in the party who's, you know, really promoting America, patriotism.
And today, on this Independence Day, the radical idea behind that clause, it's again under threat from one man who exhibits the very behaviors our founding fathers fought against, a corrupt and unstable president.
So again, this video is titled, "Governor Newsom Celebrates 250 Years of American Independence," yet the vast majority of the video is just talking about President Donald Trump. But to be honest with you, I'm not that surprised, especially if Governor Gavin Newsom wants to run for president. He has to figure out how to navigate a poll like this. 27% of Democrats love being an American, then you have 36% of Democrats little to not really like being an American. Meanwhile, this is President Trump talking about defeating communism, promoting American ideologies.
The American system and the communist system has never worked. Our warriors did not fight communism on battlefields across the world, only to have that menace rear its ugly head right back here in America. We're not going to let it happen. We like to stop a threat like that immediately and before it begins. It's like a cancer. You got to cut it out. You got to cut it out fast.
And by the way, if you haven't already, please like this video. It helps out so much. And also make sure to please subscribe to my channel. We are covering the back and forth right now around the United States, especially with these different elections going on. Okay, so again, right now we're starting to see this political divide, even on the level of patriotism and loving America. But where it gets even deeper is your political ideology that might affect Americans in a negative way, thus attacking America. What am I talking about? Well, things like this.
Lisa Avila Chevalier, she was a PhD candidate at Columbia and organizer. She called for the abolition of prisons, open borders, ended deportations, even people convicted of violent crimes.
So keep in mind, these are not popular ideas. Even within the Democrat Party, these are not necessarily popular ideas. But when you have Democrats who are winning within their own party with non-popular ideas, it can come off as you're attacking other Americans with these types of ideas.
How do you feel as a Democrat about someone with those views being in the United States Congress?
I mean, look, her district voted for her. But I have profound differences from that particular candidate, you know, based on the citations that you read there. And she's not someone, you know, who seemingly I would agree with on many things or that we share similar values. And something we've not really done since the 1992 election cycle is to have a battle over what we believe in.
This is a very common theme, deflecting the question to the voters who voted them in, and then possibly saying you agree with them or you might have your differences, but this is a big tent party or we have to battle it out, which could be famous last words, by the way. Now keep in mind, this is the governor of Pennsylvania. Imagine if he says, yes, I totally agree with her. Again, that can come off as, okay, so are you being anti-American? Especially Pennsylvania, where we know we have very deep red pockets. I mean, keep in mind, even the Amish came out to vote, showcasing that now more than ever, people want proper representation. But again, the very big dilemma right now for Democrats is that depending on where you're at in the country, you have to be very careful with your policies, either coming off as overly supporting popular American ideologies we're seeing across the board, or trying to scale it back just a little bit and show pushback against the establishment or open borders, abolishing ICE, things like that.
We need to stand up and stand firm. I'm proud of my home state of California because just last November we did just that. We fought back and we won. The voters here stood up to Trump by drawing new congressional maps, a direct response to his attempt to rig the election before even one vote.
So he broke the law.
We stood up.
Newsom broke the law. He just admitted it.
Twisted logic that an election somehow is legitimate only when he wins it. Let me speak directly to anyone considering helping President Trump interfere with our election or our count. If you violate California's laws, if you interfere with our voters, tamper with our ballots, or meddle in our election, you will be prosecuted.
Okay, so I was curious, percentage-wise, how much of this speech was about Donald Trump and how much of this speech was, like about America? Roughly 60 to 70% of the speech is focused on criticizing Trump and his actions and allies, while 30 to 40% is about broader American ideals, history, democracy, and calls to defend it. Which, ironically, almost matches up with the Democrat poll we saw over on CNN as far as where the split is at right now, where the amount of Democrats who don't necessarily find it favorable to be an American, and the rest sort of do. Now, what this all comes down to is a massive shift in the Democrat Party. Now, if you are a Republican, let's not be hypocritical here. We've seen very big shifts in the Republican Party, and if you don't jump on board with some of the ideologies of being a Republican, you get kicked off of that ship. But now we're starting to see this possible comparison of the Tea This is a prominent Democrat in the party who's, really promoting America, patriotism.
And today, on this Independence Day, the radical idea behind that clause, it's again under threat from one man who exhibits the very behaviors our founding fathers fought against, a corrupt and unstable president.
So again, this video is titled Governor Sanctuary, even though New York is a border state. So keep in mind,
literally, it would never just peel off or fall off.
Is because the individual
in the birthright citizenship case, the election ballots being received after Election Day case, the firing of the Federal Reserve Governor, Ms. Lisa Cook case, as well as the rejection of his appeal in the sexual abuse case involving Ms. E. Jean Carroll, President Trump did score one significant victory in the recent flurry of decisions that came out of the U.S. Supreme Court. The case in question was called Trump versus Slaughter, and the decision in that case bestowed significantly more power as well as authority, not just to President Trump himself, but rather to the office of the president overall, whoever that may be in the future. Let's go through the details of that case together, starting with a bit of needed background. The Federal Trade Commission, otherwise known as the FTC, it's an independent agency within the federal government. It was created in 1914. It was signed into law in 1914 by Woodrow Wilson when he signed the Federal Trade Commission Act into law, and then the agency itself came into being in 1915. And the agency was basically set up to deal with monopolies. The idea was that it would be led by a bipartisan team of experts who could handle antitrust issues more flexibly than the courts could. They would have more knowledge, and they would have more expertise and more focus, and that way they can deal with monopolies that much quicker and more efficiently. And the way it's structured is that the agency is led by an independent 5-member commission. By law, you can't have more than 3 commissioners from the same political party, and the commissioners themselves are appointed by the president with Senate confirmation, and they serve staggered 7-year terms. And if the president wanted to remove a commissioner that they didn't like, the U.S. Supreme Court, all the way back in the year 1935, determined that the president could only do so for cause, with the cause including things like the commissioner being inefficient, negligent in his or her duties, and or malfeasant in their office. Now, for your reference, that earlier Supreme Court case that established this for-cause firing requirement was called Humphrey's Executor versus the United States. That'll come into play in a little bit. And so basically, ever since the year 1935, with that precedent, it's been understood that the president could not just fire an FTC commissioner at will just because they have a disagreement about policy issues. And also, it's worth mentioning that the same reasoning has been applied to other independent agencies as well, such as the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, the Consumer Product and Safety Commission, and so on. Those other independent agencies were likewise led by presidential appointees, but the president could not just fire them at will. There had to be a specifically articulable cause to let them go within those 3 different categories we mentioned earlier. All right, just a pause here for a super quick moment. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about tungsten, a metal that most people might have never even thought about, but actually use every day without realizing. Tungsten is one of the hardest and most heat-resistant metals on Earth. It's used in aerospace, defense, electronics, manufacturing, energy infrastructure, and countless other industrial applications. In fact, if you've ever seen a light bulb filament, or if you've ever used a smartphone or a microwave, you've seen tungsten in action. But tungsten isn't just important for everyday products. It's also considered a critical mineral for national security. Tungsten is used in military applications ranging from armor-piercing munitions and missile systems to aircraft components and other defense technologies that must perform under extreme conditions. Now, here's why United States tungsten investors are paying attention. The U.S. has limited domestic tungsten production and relies heavily on foreign sources for pretty much all of their supply. And as concerns grow about supply chain security, especially with China, and access to critical minerals, there's increasing interest in developing American sources of tungsten. And one company seeking to capitalize on this trend is United States Tungsten, today's sponsor. The company is currently conducting a crowdfunding offering that allows everyday investors to participate alongside other shareholders. According to the company, investors are eligible to receive up to a 21% bonus in shares for a limited time. This offer will actually end on July 2026. And for your reference, even outside of the U.S., the global tungsten market is projected to reach roughly $6.6 billion later this year. Now, of course, every investment involves risk, especially early-stage companies, so it's important to review the offering documents, understand the business model, and determine whether this investment fits your overall financial goals and your risk tolerance. And so check them out, learn more, visit the link at either the bottom of the screen, and I'll also throw all their details down into the description box below. Take a look, read through their prospectus, read through their documents, and determine if this opportunity is right for you. So, US Tungsten, thank you so much for sponsoring the episode, and now, video. However, in the 100 plus years since the formation of the FTC, and then to the close to 100 years since that 1935 earlier decision, the agencies in question have grown in authority and power. And so conservative legal scholars, they've been debating for a while now whether Congress even truly had the authority to create these hybrid power centers within the federal government, like the FTC as an example, which are part legislative and part executive, led by officials who are protected from removal by the U.S. president. They have the authority to create rules and regulations which the whole country has to follow. They have the executive authority to enforce those rules and regulations, but they also can't be removed from office. And so that brings us to the present day. In 2025, shortly after winning the election and retaking the office, President Trump fired 2 Democrat FTC commissioners. He fired Mr. Alvaro Bedoya, nominated by Joe Biden, as well as Ms. Rebecca Slaughter, originally nominated by President Trump himself in 2018 and then renominated by Joe Biden in 2023. However, President Trump fired Ms. Slaughter in 2025 by saying that her service was, quote, inconsistent with his administration's priorities, meaning he was firing her at will, not for cause. He did not say that she was negligent, that she was malfeasant, or that she was doing a bad job. He just basically did not want her in that position, which was a move that went directly against Supreme Court precedent. And as such, Ms. Slaughter sued the Trump administration, saying that Trump violated federal law when he fired her. Here was the central issue in the case. Quote, the central issue in Slaughter is whether Congress may create independent federal agencies, which are led by a board of people appointed by the president, but who cannot be removed by the president except for neglect, malfeasance, or some other cause other than the fact that the president wants to replace them with people who are more loyal to his agenda. Now, the U.S. Supreme Court took up the case, heard arguments from both sides, and eventually, just earlier this week, they ruled in favor of the Trump administration. In the typical 6-3 split decision, you had Justices Brett Kavanaugh, Neil Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, Clarence Thomas, Sam Alito, and John Roberts all rule against the precedent. Delivering the opinion of the court, you had Chief Justice John Roberts say the following, quote, nearly 250 years ago, the framers decided to vest the executive power in one person, a president of the United States of America. The choice was not made lightly. Within living memory were the long train of abuses and usurpations of a king who reigned as a tyrant. Today, we confront one of several regulatory agencies that deviate from this model of presidential supervision, the Federal Trade Commission, FTC. Since its creation in 1914, the FTC has accumulated vast rulemaking, enforcement, and adjudicatory powers under more than 80 statutes. Not only does it promulgate rules that carry the force of law, but it also enforces those rules against private parties, collecting civil penalties in the billions of dollars. Its powers, however, do not belong to the president or his appointees alone. They instead belong to 5 commissioners, each of whom serves for 7 years and may be removed by the president only for inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance in office. We hold that such protection from removal is contrary to the separation of powers enshrined in the Constitution. And then, if there was any ambiguity in terms of the prior 1935 ruling with today's ruling, well, Justice Roberts added the following, quote, if anything more is left of Humphreys, the earlier ruling, we overrule it. Humphreys has for decades been a result in search of a rationale. The FTC's for-cause removal provision violates the separation of powers. In its present form, the FTC enforces and administers some 80 statutes, which cover almost every facet of our nation's economy. The tasks it undertakes are the very essence of execution of the law, precisely the president's constitutional role. The FTC unquestionably exercises executive power and must therefore be controlled by the chief executive, in whom such power is vested. It follows then that Slaughter served as the president's subordinate at the FTC and that the president was entitled to cut her tenure short. And there you have it. And this victory is not exactly small. It sounds technical and it sounds a bit into the weeds, but this is actually one of those monumental legal shifts that you look back and it might be the thing that helped to transform what the country looks like 50 years from now. Because it's exactly this setup which prevented incoming presidents from being able to fully take hold of the executive branch. You basically had leaders at the top of those different independent agencies which were untouchable, which on the one hand, in the positive sense, created a type of continuity within the government, preventing wild swings from one administration to the other. But at the same time, it made those agencies not as accountable to the citizens as they theoretically should be. And especially with how as John Roberts mentioned in that opinion piece, how large and powerful these agencies have become over the past 100 years. They're almost branches of government unto themselves. They have legislative roles and they have executive roles. They're able to create rules and regulations that all of us have to follow. They can investigate you if they think you're not following them. If they find you're not following them, they can actually prosecute you in courts. And so and at the same time, you couldn't do anything about the leadership if you thought that they were acting in a politically motivated manner or anything like that. But now, basically overnight, with the Supreme Court precedent, new precedent now in place, the leadership of all these different independent agencies, well, they woke up to find themselves suddenly to be at-will employees of the chief executive, which, at least according to this Vox article, makes Trump the most powerful president in generations. If you'd like to read the most recent decision in full for yourself, I will throw the link to the PDF version of it. You can find it down in the description box below. What I did, by the way, in this episode is I pulled some excerpts from John Roberts' overall opinion. But if you want to read the thing in its entirety, which is interesting, it has a lot of history, has a lot of sort of rationale of the so-called unitary executive theory of the Constitution. So if you want to check it out, it's a little long, but if you have nothing else to do on, let's say, a Friday night, it's good to get a cup of coffee and dive into it. It makes for interesting reading. So it'll be down there in the description box below. Two other things. Please do smash those like and subscribe buttons so this video can reach ever more people so they can know about this change in independent agencies throughout the federal government. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is, if you'd like a full primer of all the different decisions that the U.S. Supreme Court made in its previous session, in its previous term, well, we put it together here at the Epoch Times. It's a full magazine detailing the most impactful decisions that came out of the Supreme Court. We stripped away all the legalese and the things that made them inaccessible to the general public. We basically explained the background of the case, what the case was about, what the decision was, and most importantly, how that decision applies not only to the people in the case, but everybody, you, me, and everybody else in the country. So if you want to check it out, there's a link in the description box below. Subscribe to the Epoch Times using that link, and not only will you get that magazine with all of those Supreme Court precedents, what they mean to you, but moving forward, you'll be a subscriber to the Epoch Times, so you can, on an ongoing basis, read our analysis pieces so you'll know how the Supreme Court decisions impact your life moving forward. So you get the past, you get the future, and of course all the other great content in the Epoch Times, the documentaries, the video series, the infographics, the other analysis pieces, all the news content we're putting out there. You'll get access to everything. So check it out. The link to subscribe will be right there at the top of the description box below. Hope you do so. And then until next time, I'm your host, Roman from the Epoch Times. Stay informed, and most importantly, stay free.
The new viral video appears to show why you should not try to fare evade at a BART station. This is what happened when a woman tried to slip through the new fare gates without paying. She got stuck. NBC Bay Area's Jody Hernandez has the details.
BART's new fare gates are too tall to climb over, while crawling under is still possible. One Bay Area woman learned the hard way. That's not easy either. This is terrible. This is the viral video circulating on social media. It shows a woman stuck under BART's new fare gates, presumably caught while trying to slip through without paying.
It doesn't surprise me. That's all I'll say.
People do some of the craziest things at BART. It was really not a smart thing to do, to try to crawl under a fare gate.
Former BART director Deborah Allen helped spearhead the Fairgate project. She says the 6-foot gates framed with aluminum were carefully designed to deter fair evaders. And she says she's delighted to see them working.
I think it's great. I think it was the best thing we've done at BART in many, probably decades, to replace 1970 era, what I call Pong era fare gates, replacing them with new technology.
They're really happy that we're seeing the results of this $90 million project. It's going to be paid off potentially in 10 years or less.
Current BART director Liz Ames says as fare evasion has plummeted, BART revenue has gone up. She says revenue has grown by $10 million annually, thanks to the new fare gates. She says BART is also saving money on maintenance and cleaning. Less fare evaders has meant less litter and graffiti. And she says less crime.
Overall crime is dropping, and we think we could, that could be attributed to the fare gates in some sense.
While the gates have helped, they aren't foolproof. We saw this woman try to slip through when another passenger opened the gate. While she didn't succeed the first time, we witnessed her piggybacking her way in when our cameras weren't rolling.
I would say it happens less, but it still happens.
But the video shows the risk riders take if they try to avoid the fee.
I hope she wasn't hurt, and I hope that she received a nice ticket to pay as a citation for fare evasion.
Jody Hernandez, NBC Bay Area News.
Will use the July 4th holiday to announce what he's calling a declaration of election independence. Newsom will release a pre-recorded address on Saturday announcing that he's partnering with Democratic leaders in the legislature to create a new felony to unlawfully seize ballots before election results are certified. The governor's office says the proposal is designed to protect elections and safeguard every lawful vote.
A New York Post report suggests the FBI may have infiltrated Governor Newsom's inner circle, convincing Democratic insider Alexis Podesta to secretly record conversations with Newsom's then Chief of Staff, Dana Williamson. In May, Williamson pleaded guilty to federal fraud and tax charges. All this according to Williamson's attorney. The wiretap may date back as far as June 2024. Newsom's office responding tonight, saying there is no evidence the alleged use of that wire on one of the FBI's informants was in any way connected to the governor. All that capping off a busy holiday week in Sacramento.
I went inside California politics with Inside California Politics host Nikki Lorenzo.
Great to see you, Nikki Lorenzo. Let's talk about what a big week it was here in California. A slew of new laws went into effect. We've got the gas tax going up, state workers getting called back to the office after 6 years of remote work. I'm sure they're thrilled about that. And state officials celebrating the Supreme Court rulings on birthright citizenship and mail ballots. What sticks out to you about what happened this week?
Courtney, great to be with you. Yeah, a lot that happened. We'll start with that gas tax, especially as people are getting ready to fuel up and head out for the 4th of July holiday. California drivers are going to be paying a little bit more. It was 61 cents, now 63 cents. You mentioned the state workers there. They've been rallying at the state capitol here. They are not a fan of this return to work order. Thousands of them calling on Governor Newsom to reverse it, saying that it's going to cost them money in childcare. They feel like they're just as productive at home. Governor Newsom has said this is going to be good for the local economy and for productivity at work and getting people back in the office and having that community feel. You also mentioned a couple of rulings by the Supreme Court, mail-in ballots, of course, coming after the last election. A lot of criticism from the Trump administration and Republicans outside of California criticizing how we vote here in California. But another one was on transgender women playing in women's sports. The Supreme Court ruling that the states could decide, the president calling this a big win for women's and girls' sports. But again, this is sort of twofold here. States can decide if they want to enact that ban. Top leaders here in California, the governor and Attorney General Rob Bonta have said that they will allow trans women to play in women's sports.
And there's some controversy about a proposal in the state legislature that would have barred registered sex offenders from running for public office in the state. What happened here?
Might be with you.
Okay, so this is an interesting one. So this started as a proposal from an assembly member from the Fresno area. There was a man who was trying to run for city council there who was a registered sex offender. He actually, I believe, held his first campaign rally in front of a school. She put forth this proposal. It got unanimous support in the assembly, passed 60-0. I mean, I don't even know if you can pass things now that say the sky is blue unanimously in the state legislature. But this passed 60-0. So it goes over to the Senate, to the Elections Committee. And the way sex offenders are classified in the state of California, there are 3 tiers. And this would cover all 3 tiers. But a member of the committee, Senator Scott Wiener, had an issue with that, wanted amendments, and said, look, let's just apply this to the most severe tier. That's tier 3. It was supposed to be a blanket for all tiers. A couple of members on this committee decided to abstain from voting, so this did not make it out, and a lot of folks were concerned about that, and it made national headlines as well.
Well, let's talk about Senator Scott Wiener, because he's currently running for the congressional seat held by Nancy Pelosi. He is seen as a favorite, despite Pelosi backing his opponent. But Wiener has Wiener this week has been at the receiving end of a number of attacks. This campaign's definitely getting ugly.
Yeah, so this video went viral on social media over the weekend. San Francisco was hosting its Pride events over the weekend, and there was a rally and event supporting the transgender community, and Senator Scott Wiener was there, and there were some pro-Palestinian activists there that surrounded him, surrounded members of his staff, and as he started walking away, they were yelling at him. You can see them giving him the middle finger in the video, and basically this stems from a position that he has changed his mind on. Okay, so he is a member of the gay community. He is also Jewish. He has said that he believes Israel has the right to exist. But if you go to his campaign website, he says that he does not support the war. He believes what has happened in Gaza is genocide, does not support the U.S. government giving military support to Israel. So you can see that there's certain aspects of the Democratic Party, especially the more progressive wing, that have really been going after Senator Scott Wiener, even though he has changed his position on Israel.
Well, this week, Axios reported that Kamala Harris had a phone call with New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, and that as Democratic Socialists of America candidates surprise in primaries across the country, Harris has been holding these lengthy closed-door meetings with some other prominent progressives, including some pro-Palestinian activists. As Harris, California former senator, looks at a likely presidential run, what do these moves tell you about her path forward and about how 2028 is shaping up?
Well, these breadcrumbs are looking like a presidential run for the former vice president is more serious. She was criticized for her position on Gaza during the presidential campaign. The Biden administration was criticized as well, and she didn't really distance herself from the president when she, in fact, became the nominee. It also shows, Courtney, the power of Mayor Zohran Mamdani right now, that you have someone like the former vice president calling him and wanting to pick his brain and calling, progressive wings of the Democratic Party. Look, it's not like Kamala Harris was seen as a moderate. She was seen as a progressive even during her first run for president, but it really shows the direction of the party right now, and a good politician is going to put their finger in the wind and see where those winds are blowing and trying to see if she can court some of those voters, as there are a lot of Democrats who are eyeing a presidential bid. So they're all looking for the edge right now.
Yes, one of them, Governor Newsom, also appears to be courting Mamdani. This as he continues to push this national billionaire tax, despite opposing a state billionaire tax. What does this tell you about where he is as his term nears its end?
Yeah, he's gearing up here. He's testing the waters again, looking where the party is right now and seeing the wins that we saw this week in those congressional races in Colorado, the DSA candidates, seeing a lot of success there, and the power again of Zohran Mamdani. It also, you can look at it two ways. There's a lot of discussion that the Democratic Party is going more progressive and, more liberal, and these DSA candidates are more dominant? Or is it people are just looking for younger, fresher faces? They're tired of the old guard. They want people who are in their community that know the issues, and that's sort of, where the party is going right now. Gavin Newsom is sometimes he's seen as wanting to have his cake and eat it too. You mentioned, not being behind the billionaires tax here in the state of California, but supporting it nationally. We talked about this on the show last week. He's basically saying, why encourage, the billionaires to leave California so they can have a haven in Texas and Florida, and they can benefit off the taxes. Let's just close a loophole and have this nationally, and then we can keep them in California because they do support our progressive tax structure here.
This has been a great combo, but before we go, America's having its 250th birthday. What's your message as we mark this major milestone?
250 years. Wow, that's happy birthday, America. That's a big one. Look, tough times out there right now in our country. If you stay off social media, I promise you're going to be a lot healthier. But of course, there is a lot more that unites us than divides us. Celebrate safely and light off those safe and sane fireworks. We see that video out of Los Angeles every year from the news helicopters that show the amazing fireworks show. But we know those are not safe and sane fireworks, so be safe out there.
Stick to the drones if you can. Well, I hope you enjoy the 4th of July holiday weekend. Nikki Lorenzo, thank you for talking with us.
Inside California Politics airs Sunday mornings at 5:30 right here on KTLA.
Hello wonderful person, this is Anton, and in this video we're going to be discussing a fascinating new experiment that might slightly change how we think about the fabric of space-time, the reality, and specifically the nature of time itself. And that's because for a relatively long time, physicists struggled with a kind of a major contradiction. Our daily reality of life shows time as something that flows from the past into the future. Or basically it shows us a kind of a arrow of time. But our deepest equations of the universe don't actually include this external ticking clock and do not require any arrow of time to explain the universe we live in, which by itself creates a bit of a contradiction between what we're observing and what's being theoretically proposed. And so extremely recently, a team of scientists led by Professor Giovanni Bortini at the University of Birmingham created what they now refer to as a kind of a mini-universe, a tiny representation of the universe inside the laboratory setting that tries to tackle this exact problem and tries to explain this idea of time in ways we can maybe understand. But in this case, they did not create stars or galaxies, they created something much smaller and much colder, and something that's been used in a lot of experiments before. They used a Bose-Einstein condensate, something we're going to briefly discuss in a few seconds. And so here, by observing how this tiny system changed over time, and by measuring the flow of time inside of it, and in this case without using any actual clock, they were sort of able to show that time might be some kind of an emergent property resulting from the system's internal changes. And so just to kind of make sense of all of this, let's first discuss some of these individual concepts and then basically find out what this experiment shows us. But before we dive into this mini-universe, we need to understand these two main concepts, Bose-Einstein condensates and the idea of entropy. And so what exactly is a Bose-Einstein condensate, very often referred to as a BEC? Well, scientists sometimes refer to this as the fifth state of matter. So basically not liquid, not gas, not solid, and not plasma, but a BEC state. And this is when you take a gas of certain atoms, in this case very often rubidium-87 atoms, and cool them down almost to the absolute zero. And well, at this point something strange starts to happen. The atoms lose their individual identity and begin to overlap, merging into a single superatom, or to be more exact, a giant quantum wave, which then allows scientists to see quantum mechanical effects by physically observing them with the equipment in the lab. This is something that has been recreated many times and was even created on the International Space Station a few years back. But the second concept here is entropy, and that's maybe a little bit more difficult to explain, even though it's basically just chaos or disorder. But entropy is actually the measurement of this disorder that technically measures the spread of energy inside a system. And well, according to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy in an isolated system almost always increases over time. And it's really this increasing disorder that seems to be the only thing in fundamental physics that gives us a very specific direction, or this arrow of time. Or basically in physics we can define time as a direction of increase of entropy. Although my apologies for not really explaining entropy very well, because it is a relatively complex topic that basically deserves its own video. That will probably come out really soon because I've been working on this for several years now. But for now though, let's I guess move on. Let's discuss the problem of time. Or basically, why did scientists even need this mini-universe to study this? Well, it's really because of something referred to as Wheeler-DeWitt equation, which is a major part of quantum gravity and tries to combine the rules of the very small things, or the quantum mechanical things, with the rules of something very large, such as black holes or other objects from the general relativity. And the problem here is that this equation describes the entire universe as a kind of a stationary, unchanging state, where time doesn't actually exist as any kind of a parameter. As a matter of fact, as you can see in this equation, there is no t, no time at all. And if the universe is everything there is out there, there cannot be any clock outside of it in order to tell it how to change. Or just to rephrase this, if this describes the actual universe, then where exactly is the time? It cannot just exist outside of it. Which leaves scientists with a huge question. If the universe has no built-in clock, how do we actually get the idea of before and after that we basically experience every single day? And that's why this mini-universe experiment was designed. And so to test this, the Birmingham team created a simplified version of the universe by making a cloud of approximately 24,000 rubidium atoms behave in a somewhat unusual way. And they did this by trapping them using lasers and magnetic fields. That's basically the machine you see in this picture. And then they used a very thin barrier of light to divide this cloud into two separate parts, a kind of a bright sector that they were able to directly observe and measure, and the dark sector that remained unobserved. And while the atoms in this particular universe were able to move back and forth across this barrier, allowing things to change just a little bit. And as atoms moved between the bright and the dark sector, the overall volume of these regions would expand and contract. Or to be more exact, the size of the bright region would change just a little bit. And this expansion and contraction was actually kind of mimicking the idea behind the Big Bang, followed by a kind of a big crunch, or the expansion and the contraction of this mini-universe. In other words, by literally doing absolutely nothing, researchers made this particular mini-universe behave in a very unusual way that we kind of observe in the real universe as well. But importantly, researchers wanted to do one thing here. They actually wanted to see if they can maybe describe the order of events in this system, or how the events happened in this bright sector. For example, what happened first, what happened next, without looking at the external clock in the laboratory, and by using the system itself. And for this, they used the idea of entropy. And so by measuring the dispersion and the number of atoms moving between the bright and dark sides, they created a kind of an entropic time, with this graph basically showing us how this entropic time seemed to progress. And so what exactly did all of this help us discover? Well, here the results were actually kind of remarkable. First, they found that this entropic time was an extremely robust way to track the progression of events inside this mini-universe. In other words, by using the idea of entropy, it was possible to kind of keep track of things even without an external clock. With the main discovery suggesting that time is indeed internal, or basically the experiment proves that time can be defined by the internal changes of a system and not an external clock, and proving that the arrow of time is real after all. Because even as this mini-universe expanded and contracted, going through these Big Bang, Big Crunch cycles, the entropic time only moved in one direction and gave the entire system a clear arrow from past to future. But there are also some additional discoveries that are maybe just a little bit surprising and do have some implications for our universe. First, they noticed that the entropic time didn't always flow at the same rate. It seemed to flow faster when entropy was being exchanged quickly, and even completely stopped if no changes were happening. And in their experiment, if the system reached a state referred to as the heat death, where everything becomes basically more or less uniform, time effectively ceased to exist. Or basically the whole universe kind of froze in time. Now exactly what this means for our universe is of course still kind of debatable, but this is definitely an intriguing observation. And there's also discovery in regards to quantum consistency. Here the team was even able to write a version of the Schrödinger equation, the fundamental equation from the quantum physics, using this internal entropic time instead of normal time. And it actually successfully predicted how the atoms would behave. In other words, even the quantum effects inside the system seem to behave in a very similar way how we expect them to behave in the real universe as well. But I guess the main question is, so why is this important? Or why spend so much time and effort to measure time without a clock? Well, the main reason is that this experiment provides a controlled testbed for the most difficult theory in cosmology. And that's because for decades ideas about how time emerges was mostly based on mathematical propositions and were more or less impossible to test. Mostly because we cannot just go and observe things from outside of the universe and cannot test anything in that way. But it also suggests that our idea of time or our experience of time is not some kind of an absolute and is not something that's dictated by something else from outside. As a matter of fact, it's not even some kind of an underlying property of the universe, and instead seems to be a relational property. Or basically something that emerges because different parts of the universe are interacting and exchanging energy and information. And if the universe was very simple and nothing actually happened in it, or basically if nothing ever changed, time would not be just slowing down or standing still, it would simply not exist. Without entropy, there would be no arrow of time. With this experiment supporting the idea that the universe is essentially a kind of a closed quantum system, A system where the total state does not seem to change, but for things inside the system, time then appears to exist because individual subparts of the system start to interact and start to exchange energy and entropy. Or just to rephrase this in, I guess, more understandable terms, it's kind of like being inside a movie where the entire film reel already exists all at once and has already been made. But as the light passes through individual frames in the film, we then start getting a kind of a story with the beginning and the end visible to the audience. And so definitely an exciting experiment and some really intriguing implications. But naturally, this approach of using mini-universes can also help us discover and understand other unusual principles as well. For example, studying exotic objects like black holes, or even trying to figure out the exact conditions that existed during the actual Big Bang, could possibly also be explored by using these tiny mini-universes with Bose-Einstein condensates and using setups that are not so different. In other words, all of this shows us that we don't really always need these massive telescopes like the James Webb to try to understand the cosmos and to try to figure out our place in it. Because sometimes the secrets of the entire universe can also be discovered in a tiny cloud of atoms, cooled down to some of the most extreme temperatures. But because this is such a complex research and because there are still a lot of unanswered questions, there's obviously still a lot we don't really understand about quantum mechanics, and more importantly, how gravity seems to fit into this story as well. Which means that we'll definitely come back and discuss this more in some of the future videos. And on that note, thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM me directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Right now, as Air Force B-2 bombers crisscross the sky in Washington, D.C., it is an absolute magisterial sight. There is America maxing everywhere that you look. Let's just do like a quick cruise through the timeline. Here we go. More America maxing. That's right by the U.S. Capitol dome. More America maxing. Here we go.
next news. Breaking news from the White House.
July 10. That's the date the racket hits a wall. The Trump administration just locked in the expiration of TPS work permits for nationals from Haiti, Syria, Burma, Yemen, Ethiopia, South Sudan, and Somalia after the Supreme Court finally smashed the judiciary's sabotage machine. And right as that deadline lands, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez blurts out the line that tells you everything. These migrants are gifts to America. Gifts. Well, a DMV worker in Springfield admits Haitians are getting licenses quick, while Chip Roy says 65% of TPS holders are on welfare. This is not compassion. This is an import and protect pipeline, and Trump just started shutting the valve. The story matters because July 10th is not just a paperwork date. It's a test of whether the law means what the law says in plain English. Temporary protected status contains the word temporary. Democrats, NGOs, legacy media activists, and open border politicians twisted it into forever. They took emergency shelter and mutated it into a backdoor amnesty pipeline that dumps the bill on American workers and taxpayers. Chip Roy hammered the core number. 65% of people here on TPS are on welfare. That means families already crushed by inflation, rent, groceries, and taxes got forced to subsidize Washington's moral vanity project. And Roy nailed the obvious truth. Temporary means temporary. Then look at the human cost inside our own towns. In Springfield, a DMV worker admitted Haitians are getting licenses quick. Quick. That one word carries the whole scam. Fast documents, weak citizenship checks, a state ID that plugs straight into an election system that Trump is fighting to secure. And that's why the Save America Act matters. Border law and vote law are the same fight right now. When a Springfield DMV worker says Haitians get licenses quick, ask yourself how fast the same system can lock you out of your own money overnight. Everybody cheers AI and cloud finance until a screen goes dark or gets hacked. What do you actually own then? Noble Gold Investments gives you something real, physical gold and physical silver. A coin you can hold, a bar you can stack, wealth that doesn't live on a server, can't be frozen by a keystroke, and can't be erased by code. They could even help with a tax advantage retirement account or physical gold and silver shipped to your door. Go to nextnewsgold.com, just mention my name, and you can get a free 10-ounce U.S. Independence silver bar when you open a new qualified account. Own America, not digital vapor. Now here's the detail the corporate press keeps ducking because it wrecks the whole sob story script. USCIS did not just move a deadline. USCIS spelled out the exact countries and told businesses to use July 10 for verification. That means this hits payrolls, hiring desks, and compliance officers in real life. No more activist fog, no more endless extensions by emotional blackmail. And now, I'm going to show you the receipts because Americans see exactly what AOC refuses to see in that word, gifts. Trump administration setting July 10, the expiration for temporary protected status. USCIS confirmed that employment authorization for nationals from Haiti, Syria, Burma, Yemen, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Somalia ends on that date. Businesses must use it for verification. The adjustment follows the June 25th SCOTUS decision limiting court review of TPS termination. So that date makes it official. The court stopped blocking Trump and DHS is moving. Now Chip Roy zeroes in on the number the media won't touch. 65% of foreigners came here on temporary protected status are on taxpayer-funded welfare.
Charlie, great to be with you. And, you know, the Babylon Bee summarized this the best today. I don't know if you saw what they put out in saying in controversial 6-3 opinion, Supreme Court rules that the words temporary and forever are not the same. Now, exactly. What is shocking is that 3 Supreme Court justices said somehow that they are the same. And you just highlighted a statistic that's really important, the 2010 date with respect to Haiti and an earthquake. We are now obviously 16 years beyond that. But also also the fact that 65% of the people who come here who are on TPS status are on welfare. Yeah. This is the crux of everything, Charlie. This is why the president is correct, why my good friend, and he is a very good friend of mine, Tom Homan, is correct. They are doing the right thing. And all this wailing and gnashing of teeth is a bit much. I think Stephen Miller said it right. Like, look, Haiti, that's good for Haitians, and go, fix your country. When you have earthquake, we're humane. We'll step in and try to help. But it's not a permanent status issue. And by the way, my Republican colleagues, if they want to win this November, they've got to stop playing footsie with Democrats on these things. We had to deal with a discharge petition among Republicans here in the House to try to extend TPS further for Haitians. 10 Republicans sided with Democrats to do that. That's not the way to win in November. I listened to your segment with Byron York. Let's go inspire the people to stand behind the president to stop this flood into our country, and that's the way to win.
So he says temporary was never meant to mean forever. He warns Republicans to stop helping Democrats drag it out. Next, a closer look at Springfield, Ohio, where critics say fast-track licenses for Haitian migrants open the door to election abuse. That's why Democrats are fighting so hard to keep Haitians on temporary protected status. Video of Springfield, Ohio, where illegal Haitian migrants are being given driver's licenses despite getting there and speaking no English.
To see how the Haitians are getting driver's licenses in cars so quickly after moving here despite speaking zero English.
Question for y'all. What are your thoughts on the Haitians? They can't drive? This guy right here, by a Haitian dude. Yo, bonjour.
You got a cat right beside him.
Stop! Do that! Stop, bro. Stop, dude. You said that shit, not me. You take that back. I didn't do shit.
I'll take that back. Bro, come on, bro. We be playing, bro. There's nothing wrong with some jokes.
Let's go see what's up. How y'all doing? Question for you. Do you know how the Haitians are getting driver's license? Can they transfer their license from Haiti, or?
No, they cannot transfer.
Do they have to undergo the same test?
I'm not allowed to ask you personal questions outside of the office.
Well, okay. You know what they have to do?
I do not. Okay. I really don't know. No, but I know they're getting them quick.
They're getting them quick, right? We can ask.
You are not allowed to take pictures in here, sir.
In the, go outside? Sorry. Are they able to transfer their licenses from Haiti to here?
No, not without taking the test. But that's the only question I...
So we have people literally saying that they are giving the Haitians driver's licenses as quickly as they can and secretively. Well, what can they do with those driver's licenses? Well, in Ohio, you can vote with those driver's licenses. And what else do you need to register to vote in Ohio? Well, it says that you need to be a registered U.S. citizen to vote. But here's the thing. What do you need to prove that you're a U.S. citizen in Ohio? Well, you do not need any documented proof that you are a U.S. citizen. You just go in there and say, I attest I am a citizen. So they can just walk in with their driver's license, say they're a U.S. citizen, no proof is required, and bam, they can vote. It's that simple.
So that's how loose the system looks on the ground. The pressure campaign in Washington makes more sense. Now, 2 Florida Republicans are pushing Trump to redesignate TPS for Venezuelans after a deadly earthquake. Florida Reps Maria Elvira Salazar and Carlos Jimenez are urging the Trump administration to redesignate TPS for Venezuelans.
A major immigration push is coming out of Florida, and it centers on Venezuelans currently living in the United States under Temporary Protected Status, or TPS. I'm Kennedy Owens with what you need to know. 2 Florida Republicans, Reps Maria Elvira Salazar and Carlos Jimenez, are urging the Trump administration to restore or redesignate TPS protections for Venezuelans after a series of devastating earthquakes struck the country. They argue the situation on the ground is too unstable for people to safely return, pointing to widespread destruction and a deepening humanitarian crisis. They say U.S. law allows TPS when a country is hit by disasters like earthquakes, and they believe Venezuela now meets that threshold again. But this comes at a tense moment. The administration has been moving to scale back or end longstanding TPS protections in other cases, arguing that the program is meant to be temporary and that they are not indefinite. So now you've got a split. Florida Republicans pushing for expanded protections while immigration hardliners are trying to rein them in. Here's the question. Should the U.S. extend protected status when a country faces repeated crisis, or is TPS being stretched beyond what it was ever meant to do? And more importantly, who gets to draw that line?
So even after years of abuse, the TPS lobby is still hunting for another extension. Meanwhile, the damage from open border chaos is not abstract. Look what the streets of New York look like now, like a third world country.
I don't care.
So the street scene is what happens when Democrat policy rots the city from inside out. In AOC's response, she says Haitian migrants on TPS are not a burden, but gifts to America.
Comes to the Supreme Court ending TPS for Syrians and Haitians, just talk about the fact that some of these people are being sent to their deaths.
I mean, it's horrifying. We know this for a fact, that TPS is granted in some of the most extreme cases where people are under the most humanitarian threat. And the reason that people go through a very rigorous process in applying for TPS, and just to be approved for TPS and to have that status in the first place is confirmation that it is too dangerous for you to go home. And so to sentence so many people to extremely life-threatening conditions for no reason, because these folks are such gifts to American society. These communities are tremendous assets. In New York City alone, I can tell you how much of an enormous asset that the Syrian community has been, that the Haitian community has been. They are vibrant, they contribute so much to our genius, to our culture, to our economy, to our communities, and it's a loss for the United States. It's a loss for us, and my hope is that we will be able to do everything we can in these very difficult circumstances.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman.
So AOC is selling the same open border script, more emotion, no accountability. Now Trump goes the other direction, calling the Save America Act a top priority because it locks in photo ID, proof of citizenship, and limits mass mail ballots.
So I think the Save America Act is the most important thing that we'll have before us, and maybe for many years back and many years forward. It's voter identification with a photo. So you look at somebody, that looks like that guy. Voter ID, it's proof of citizenship, and it's no mail-in ballots, except for the military. We're very generous on this. If you're sick, if you're just not feeling well, you can get exceptions. If there's a disability, there's some problem, or if you go on vacation. But
all right, what's going on there, folks? Welcome back here to a Sunday night, end of the weekend. Hope everyone had a good, safe holiday weekend out here, 4th of July. It is 10:19 p.m. California time here, July 5th, 2026. Latest activity here on the globe shows a 1.8 across the area of California. Got some tremor counts occurring underneath the Oregon area here. Notice how it's squeezed in here from north to south recently. There's been a lot of activity south along the southern end of the Cascadia subduction zone recently, and in the last few days underneath Seattle. Now we're starting to squeeze in this area here. This is just slow slip events that are building up further stress and strain for the next big mega quake out here across the Cascadia. No telling when that's going to be, but just a process. All right, earthquake activity. Let's go ahead and check in here, see where that little earthquake's at. 1.9 near Pine Mountain Club. Right on the San Andreas Fault there, the southern segment, it looks like. There's been not a whole lot of activity here, specifically on this segment. Some off of it. But a little earthquake right now, a little 1.9. Nothing big going on, but you know, there's a lot has gone on. A lot of stress has built up out here since the last big earthquake. A little cluster going on here across the San Jacinto fault zone as well. Quite a few small microquakes. Nothing big going on there. In fact, let's see. I know we had a couple smaller events here today. 2.8 down here near Westmoreland. I don't see anything above that level as far as Southern California goes for now. Up here across the center portion of the state, noticeable increase in earthquake activity out here, including a couple 3-pointers early this morning near Gilroy. One first here on the Calaveras fault, and then a few minutes later, about half an hour or so later, a 3.2 just off the San Andreas fault. So as you can see here, there's more clustering going on. Looks like it's centered around this area of California. It has not yet made its way up north here to the Bay Area as far as any pressure transfer or any earthquake activity for now, but as always, we do need to keep an eye on the Bay region. Some further activity here underneath Northern California, 2.6, 16 miles deep underneath this region of Northern California, and more than likely that's associated with the Cascadia subduction zone as the Juan de Fuca plate here gets further shoved underneath this area of Northern California. Nothing big going on there for now, but you know, again, do have to keep an eye on things. A little cluster over here near Hoodsport, Washington. A couple small microquakes. Overall, nothing big. Yellowstone National Park, pretty quiet out there. I don't see a whole lot showing up. Same for the rest of the country. As you can see, just some oil-filled earthquakes out there in the Permian Basin. As far as global activity goes, the last 24 hours, looking at the largest magnitude here of a 5.8 super deep underneath the Fiji area, 426 miles deep here. But this is a hot spot of deep earthquake activity. Always getting deep earthquakes. And that's the largest quake so far in the last 24 hours. A couple 5s here today. Quite a bit over here in China. There's a little clustering going on here across this area of China in the 4 and 5 range. I don't see anything big going on for now. As far as the Philippines area goes, a couple smaller quakes up around the Manila area and the northern Philippines region. Aside from that, some small clustering here, 2s and 3s across the rest of the region. New Zealand, nothing going on yet, but we've seen a handful of deep earthquakes up here come to a halt at the North Island area. So watch for movement south here along that plate boundary. Look at that super deep earthquake on the globe here. I just noticed that. I was like, wait a minute, what's that little one? And then this ring is just raised way off the globe. Just for a real quick recap, the red color rings here, the darker red, are indicative of an older earthquake approaching the 24-hour threshold here. The newer earthquakes in the white circles. The rings raised off the globe indicate the depth of the earthquake, which in this case at 3.9 is super deep underneath this region, underneath the Sea of Osk at 535 kilometers deep. So that is a super deep one there. 3.5, the latest quake though, across the eastern side of the Caribbean plate. A little clustering going on across the Puerto Rico area. And I would say we got a lot of newer activity here across the Middle America Trench right now. Quite a few 4s and 3s. USGS showing one earthquake there off the coast of Costa Rica, 4.7 earlier this evening. There's a decent uptick of 4s though going on, so keep an eye on that. Further south, just some older quake activity there along the Pru-Chile Trench, and a handful of smaller, newer quake activity. Overall, just looks like an active day, but average day for earthquake activity. The Atlantic Ocean pretty quiet. Let's go ahead and check in on the Space Weather Department. Look at all that sizzling going on there, just crackling with a bunch of flaring. Look at this sunspot group over here, man. It's just popping off inflares galore and sending out massive filament eruptions. Look at that one right here. That's a spectacular image. Nothing is facing the planet here, so this is all not going to be geo-effective whatsoever. But man, that's a very active sunspot group. Far as what is facing the planet, we got 4482 over here on the southeastern limb of the sun. It's complex. Now, whether it's super complex to produce an X flare or not, hard to say. But it looks like just some, it's got some potential for some M flare activity. We'll continue to watch that here as this sunspot area rotates further into the Earth-directed view. Overall flare threat right now still at 20% chance. M flare, 20% chance for the X flare. M flare at 75% chance. C flare at 99. And I think these may drop a little bit tomorrow once these active areas are no longer visible. They're still somewhat visible here, but not much. They'll be out of sight, out of mind here tomorrow morning. Coronal hole facing us. We got a little one. This area right here, as soon as it loads, right about here. Currently facing the planet. No major auroras in the forecast for now. And we'll just kind of keep an eye on things here. Storm Prediction Center for severe weather for the start of the work week. This is for Monday. Notice not a whole lot of major severe weather uptick. We got some marginal risks there for well, nothing for tornado. Looks like a little bit of wind and maybe even a little bit of hail up there across the Dakotas area and to the Minnesota region as well, but nothing big. Just some potential for some stronger storms there. All right, I am going to call it, folks. I'm ready for bed. Been a kind of a long weekend. We got some hot temperatures coming up here. Hey, I'm not looking forward to this. It's going to be a scorcher out here in the next 10 days for Northern California. I see some highs out here approaching 108, 109 for this area where I'm at. Just big old blob of high pressure. Not looking good right here around the 16th or so. That's 7 degrees above the normal high out here, which for this time of year I think 97 or 98 is the normal temperature daytime high, which is still too hot for me. I'm tired of the heat. I want to live somewhere where it's 80 degrees maximum in the summertime, maybe 85. And then again, if it was only a short period of 90 or 95 or even 100 degrees for a day or two, that'd be okay. But out here in California, Northern California specifically, where I'm at, we get weeks and weeks of just temperatures in the upper 90s and low 100s. And it's very draining, very draining. But anyway, it's July. Hopefully after July, look at that. It's just scorching out here across the west for July. Not good. Big time heat dome out here. Look at that right there. Wow. So not good. Definitely not good. And there's not a whole lot of precipitation out here in the forecast either. Looks like they've removed some of it as far as the monsoonal moisture goes, but we'll continue to track that as we get closer here to that expected surge there of moisture from the monsoonal season. Aside from that, folks, have yourself a wonderful evening out there. We'll see you guys out here for the Monday morning update. Take care.
Hey everybody, thank you. I'm gonna be taking a nap. I'm gonna try to wake up around sunrise and maybe play. You have a great rest of your evening, morning, wherever you are. And thank you for watching this. Make sure you like, share, and comment, and all that good stuff. Thank you. Goodbye. Have a good night.